What is up, YouTube? Welcome into another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, September 26th, 2023, and we are jam-packed, taking you all the way until 10 o'clock this morning on today's show. A very special guest will be joining us at 9 o'clock. We can't tell you who it is, but we're very excited for this conversation. And our guest is going to make a very special announcement about some future plans here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. So definitely be here for that. We'll have one of Bucky's tips for kids in the car line at 8:20 this morning. Plenty of Texas football conversation, plenty of NFL conversation after the Monday night doubleheader, meaning that week 3 is in the books. And of course, we'll start to look ahead to the Longhorns and the Jayhawks this Saturday's tilt at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. And we'll have some fun like we always do here on Bucky and BK. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning, BK. How was yesterday? Spent a lot of time atoning, I hope.
A lot of time atoning. Yeah, I heard what you said to Wags at the start of yesterday's show.
Not enough hours in the day for you to atone for just 1 year.
Yeah, I probably need a month instead of a day.
That's okay.
For some of my wrongdoings. But
at least you gave it a try, brother. At least you gave it a try.
No, it was good, man. It was a very refreshing day. You know, fasting is not easy at all.
Not for you.
But a lot of time in temple. It was either temple or sleep. That was pretty much all that got done yesterday. But got a good meal in me at CC's Pizza.
Oh, yeah, little CC's, huh?
No better way to break a 30-hour fast than with the 65 feet of endless pizza, pasta, and salad. As good as it gets right there, brother.
But they don't have bread that goes along with the salad, do they? I mean, is it you can't have pizza and then bread on top with the salad? Yes, you can.
Oh, yeah.
You can.
Yeah, well, I'm not wasting my stomach space on salad, dude.
Really?
Plus, I don't really trust the salad there. I've seen them close down a CC's before at the end of a day, and it's not the most.
People putting hands in, tossing salad, putting hands in salad.
It's really they just keep the salad from the day before, but throw a saran wrap covering on top of it and call that a day.
That's good. I do that in my kitchen, in my refrigerator. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, you put it in the refrigerator. I don't know if they put their stuff in the refrigerator.
Oh, come on, man.
I just think they leave it out on the counter.
Then you just got to saying wonderful things about them. But I'll say wonderful things about the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated, and please be safe out there.
Yes.
You were not there for my call of rain on Sunday, so go ahead and thank me while you were atoning yesterday. Trey Elling III, my doctor, was giving me a little bit of credit, not a lot, should have given me much more. Very pissed off about the fact that it was hailing. He goes, nobody asked you to bring on the hail. Well, what can I do? I don't know what form it comes down. It started out as liquid coming from the sky, didn't it?
As a meteorologist, you're supposed to be able to forecast the weather, aren't you? Like, you do claim to be a meteorologist, so saying it is only going to rain when it's actually going to hail means that you got the prediction wrong.
What?
Yeah.
It started out as rain coming down.
Well, at that point, you were right, but then you were wrong once the hail started coming down.
Once it started hitting Wags' car and windows of his house.
Oh, yeah, Rodney got too. We had a few members of Texas Sports Unfiltered get got by the hailstorm, and obviously a bunch of folks around Central Texas got too.
Sorry about that, y'all. That's too bad.
Well, that's on you. So you can't claim to be a real meteorologist if you can't get the weather forecast right. Now you're just like the rest of them, which is fine. Maybe you are a real meteorologist because they're always wrong. So you're always wrong.
No. Listen, I am God Bolt, not God. God Bolt. I'm just a what you call a tool of the Lord.
You're a tool, all right.
A vessel. God Bolt, not God. God Bolt.
So are you the God of lightning then? If you've got Bolt in your last name, does that mean you handle lightning? What do you handle?
We had a lot of that. We had a lot of that on Monday too. On Sunday night, yes, there was lightning and thunder and hail. Sorry about that, y'all.
It was pretty crazy out there. We we're leaving Temple Sunday night, my sister and I, and she lives up north, up not quite Georgetown, Round Rock area, just far north Austin. And she had to pull over in the Domain and like park under one of those garages for a while.
Oh yeah.
Because she was driving in that. I was lucky because I was, the temple that I go to is off far west, but I was going south where I live. So I got some rain, but the hail didn't come down here. Yeah, she was and a bunch of folks, man. It was scary for, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour on Sunday night. My God.
If you've ever been in a hailstorm, that's no fun.
No, it is not. No, it is not. And the good news is we've got a roofing company, 4 Roofs TX. If something happened to your roof and you need somebody to call,
nice.
4 Roofs Texas, they've got you covered.
There'll be a bunch of people needing that this week.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And look out for the scammers that come in there asking about fixing your roof. Don't fall for those scams now.
Don't fall for the scammers for our 5,000 subscriber giveaway, and don't fall for the scammers for roofing companies where they're fly by night. They just knock on your door saying, "Oh yeah, we got you covered.
We got you for 15 grand. No big deal. We're going to save you $2 grand. Yeah, all right."
Yeah. And then they'll end up breaking your roof even more, and also stealing a TV on the way out the door. That's what those guys do. All right, plenty to get into last night. Buck, you were up late, man. You texted me at like 10:30.
Yeah, generally I am out like a light by then.
But I guess you were watching the Monday Night Football doubleheader. The Bengals getting a little bit of revenge from the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. They beat the Rams 19-16. Boy, a must-win type of game for Cincinnati. They got the dub to avoid falling to 0-3 on the season. And the Philadelphia Eagles. Look, I think most people kind of thought Tampa Bay was a fraud, even though they were 2-0, right? That was one of the bigger surprises of the NFL season. Was the fact that the Bucs won their first couple of games of the year. A couple of 2-0 teams last night. I think most people expected Philadelphia to win that game, but man, they dominated Tampa Bay in all 3 facets last night. Your big takeaways from the Monday Night Football doubleheader that you were up watching?
Well, Philly is still trying to find themselves on offense, but over the last couple of games, they've rushed for over 200 yards in 2 straight games. So, Jalen Hurts is not quite where he wants to be in the passing game and not quite right with his receivers yet. But believe me, they can run the ball. The dude Swift and that offensive line can get it going. And they got it going last night over Tampa Bay against that Tampa Bay defense. Now, Jalen Hurts will find his way. It's pretty sad when a group is undefeated and they haven't found their way offensively. But that defense has found its way. That is a ferocious defense that Philadelphia has and will continue to have. And you know what? For a while, Baker Mayfield looks like an NFL quarterback at times. But if you pressure him and put him under the gun, he'll throw it up for grabs. He's very similar to Dak Prescott in the fact that if they're pressure in their face, yeah, that's right. They'll throw it up for grabs. It wasn't Dak Prescott's fault on Sunday of what happened. That was just a total team letdown. That's all that was.
Wow.
That was just a letdown. That was a defensive letdown. I don't think you're going to see a lot of teams rush against the Dallas Cowboys like we saw on Sunday, BK. That was an anomaly. And I don't think, teams have had their way with Dallas every once in a while in the run game, but I think they fixed that before. And that was just guys going into the game thinking, oh my God, it's the Cardinals. When James Conner can do that to you, and the little guy, Elijah Moore, or whoever he is, slash receiver, slash running back, you're surprised. They got surprised on Sunday. They weren't prepared for that game. Dan Quinn very seldom has his defense not prepared for a game. They were not prepared for the game. And guys looking around and looking at themselves going, where's Micah Parsons? Is he going to make a play? Those other guys were just kind of looking around waiting for him. He's not going to make every play for you. Van Der Esch had a poor game. All the linebackers played, overran plays. They had cutback lanes in the run game. That was kind of sad. And I'll say this about the Cincinnati Bengals. You know what? Love those unis last night.
Pretty slick, huh?
Oh, they were slick.
That's white on white.
That's a slick uni right there now. Yeah. I like that a lot.
I'm glad the NFL changed the helmet rules, right? Because for a long time, teams could only wear one style of helmet. So they could wear retro or alternate uniforms, but the helmet would be the same color as always. I couldn't quite figure out why that rule existed in the first place. And yeah, within the last couple of years, the NFL is like, no, you can wear a different lid from time to time.
I like that last night.
Yeah, the white helmet with the white on white. It's a clean look for Cincinnati. They shouldn't lose wearing those uniforms, right?
No,
It should be
no.
illegal to lose wearing those uniforms, and they found a way to get the job done. But yeah, I think Philadelphia is one of, if not the biggest winners from week 3 of the NFL season, right? Because
Oh, yeah.
through a couple of weeks, a lot of people were talking about the Cowboys. It kind of felt like more people were talking about the Cowboys than the Eagles, and rightfully so. I mean, the Cowboys had the best point differential in football by far going into this week, and they were playing the worst team or one of the worst teams in the NFL in the Arizona Cardinals. So you figured they'd be 3-0, but the Cowboys lose. They clearly exposed some flaws in the process, and Philadelphia just goes about their business and dominates in prime time on national television on Monday Night Football. So pretty good weekend for Philly. And like you said on the Cowboys, Buck, we're talking about professional athletes here. These guys are all freaking good.
Yes.
And if you don't show up prepared to play a game against professional athletes in any sport, same reason why the Astros got swept by the Royals in baseball over the weekend, right? Same reason you see upsets all the time in professional sports, right? How on any given night, the worst team in the NBA could beat the best team in the NBA. If you don't show up prepared to play a professional sport, you are going to lose. And the Cowboys were not prepared. The coaching was not good enough. The playing was not good enough. They weren't physical enough. They weren't ready. And there are pros on that other sideline. I know Arizona sucks. They're probably going to have a bottom 2 or 3 record in the NFL, but they're still professional athletes, guys who are getting paid to play football for a living. If you don't bring your stuff on any given Sunday, you are going to lose, and the Cowboys saw that firsthand.
Yeah, you're going to get your ass beat. And the thing about that is, I mean, that's just life. There is no excuse for lack. I always said this. There's no excuse for lack of preparation. That's on you. That's not on anybody else. Your lack of preparation, if it gets you beat or you don't get a job because you're not prepared for what's about to happen in that job or anything else in life, there's no excuse for lack of preparation. They're just not. And in football, like you said, they're professionals too on the other side. They get paychecks and they have some pride too. And they ran into a group that somebody must have told them they were tanking the season, and they believed it. Well, they're not. The Cardinals aren't tanking a season. No. Not playing the way they played on the last couple times they played, as a matter of fact. They've been right in the games. They're just not talented enough, but they haven't quit. They haven't given up.
Yeah, that was kind of the hope, right? I mean, the Cowboys played a pretty abysmal first half against Arizona on Sunday, but they were in a better spot than the Giants were in the week before, right? Sure. The Giants were down 28-7 against that Arizona bunch and came all the way back to win that game. So that was kind of the hope for Cowboys fans, was like, well, Arizona looked good in the first half last week, but they're still Arizona. Their roster sucks. The Cowboys are still the Cowboys, and over the course of 4 quarters, they'll find a way to turn it on and win this football game. But now the same issues the Cowboys had in the first half showed up again in the second half, and they didn't have it. And it's a bad loss for them. Like,
I haven't seen BK. I haven't seen Van Der Esch play like that in 2 years. He was overrunning. He was taking off, overrunning plays. They were cutting back against him. He was getting caught up in the wash. I mean, he's been pretty solid at linebacker. Last year, he had a great year as a linebacker. He really did. He was a leader. He was a linebacker. Yeah. But for some reason, he fell into the same thing they all fell into on Sunday. Overrunning plays, thought they were going to do it their way. I'm pretty sure Dan Quinn hasn't taught football that way for this defense.
Yeah, he looked like his last name was McCarthy, because he looked like he was only on the field because he was the coach's son. Seriously, it was one of those cases where it's like, the worst player on the team, but he's the coach's son, so he's going to play. And everybody else is like, why the hell is this guy on the field? Oh, yeah, he's the coach's son. Like, that's what Leighton Van Der Esch looked like on Sunday. He was getting exposed play after play after play, was taking false steps, was missing tackles, looked slow. And you're right, like We've seen that from Van Der Esch at points over the course of his career, but it kind of felt like he had a resurgence over the last year and change.
Right.
It was bad, LVE, on Sunday. And
and they all looked and were wondering, where's Micah Parsons? He can't make every play for you guys. It's not possible for him to be Superman each and every week. Now, he didn't play great. He had a nice sack, but I mean, for him, he probably played better than 90% of the league played, on Sunday. But that's not good enough. You need more than one guy playing. And the rest of those guys, I don't know, they were sleepwalking.
Well, if you for some reason thought Trayvon Diggs was overrated or wasn't very good, number one, you're an idiot. Stop looking at Stephen A. Smith and all these Cowboy haters out there. And number two, he's going to be tough to replace.
Yes.
Right? Like, Stephon Gilmore's very good, but he's no longer
old.
One of the best corners in football. He's old. He's lost a step.
Yeah.
So him going up against Hollywood Brown, who's one of the fastest receivers
Yeah,
in football,
that was no good.
not a great matchup for the Cowboys. And early on, Arizona was attacking Deron Bland, who's a decent player, but he's not Trayvon Diggs. So when you're the replacement for the guy who's hurt, teams are going to go after you. And that's what Arizona did. I mean, Josh Dobbs, I'll give him credit. I didn't think he had that in him. He looked pretty good. And the Cowboys secondary wasn't the same without Trayvon Diggs. So look, the like if you're closing the book on the Cowboys, you're dumb. The Cowboys are still going to win 11 to 12 games this year.
Sure.
Like even the bet, like you look at Kansas City, they've lost some like head scratching games over the past few years. I'm not saying the Cowboys are as good as the Chiefs. I'm just saying, hey, sometimes that happens in the NFL where a really good team loses to a really bad team, and it doesn't feel like there's much rhyme or reason to why it went down the way that it did. The Cowboys are going to be fine, but yeah, I mean, they've got some things that they've got to work on. And like you said, Buck, you can't show up unprepared because any team in this league can beat you. So that's a wake-up call for the Cowboys now, and they got to bounce back and figure it out.
I thought one of the positives of the Dallas games was the fact that Michael Gallup looked like he had some of his explosion back. I think Dak Prescott threw a couple nice slant patterns to him that really looked nice. The timing was good. Gallup made the catch in traffic. Gallup had a couple catches and runs where he looked really like the knee is back. Like he's got the explosive ability now as a wide receiver again. That was a plus for me. And the backup running back looked good to me also.
Yeah, Rico.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. And look, the Cowboys can get back in everybody's good graces if they win these next couple of games. Now, easier said than done.
And don't forget, BK, they were missing a couple offensive linemen. I mean, key offensive linemen in that game.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I mean, 3/5 of their starting offensive line wasn't there on Sunday. So I thought the offensive line actually played okay, all things considered. Like they were far from the biggest problem for Dallas on Sunday. Dak wasn't great. The red zone offense continues to be a huge issue. And like you said, the defense, I mean, they got ran all over by James Conner, and they couldn't stop Joshua. It was bad. It was bad. So, yeah, Dan Quinn,
Dobbs looked everything like I wanted Dak Prescott when it was time to take off with the ball. Hey, get out of there and go. Yeah. You know, but anytime Dak seems to have pressure in his face and he throws, it's always way too late. There's always somebody crossing in front to pick, like in the end zone there. They weren't going to come back and win that game. They just didn't have it in them to come back and win that game, I thought, Sunday. So the interception late, well, people are saying, well, you had an opportunity. They weren't coming back. No. If the Cardinals would have got that ball, they still would have run the ball down the Cowboys' throats. They just had one of those days. And it's good, you get it out early in the season, get it over with. Dan Quinn will have his foot in their rear ends all week this week. I don't know what they're going to do at cornerback. You just don't replace that guy. That guy was a turnover guy. He created points for your team, not just turnovers and interceptions. He created points going the other way. That's going to be hard to replace.
Yeah, it will be. And like you said, the game was over. Like the Cowboys cut it to 21-16, and it felt like they had momentum on their side. And then they give up a 4-play, 76-yard touchdown drive in just over 2 minutes. And it's like, oh, nope, it's just not their day today.
No.
So Cowboys will host the Patriots this weekend. And then the big Sunday night football game in San Francisco happens next weekend. So if you want to send a message that, hey, that game was a fluke and hey, we're still a Super Bowl contender. Look, beating the Patriots, that helps a little bit, but really it's that game against the 49ers that everybody will be watching on Sunday Night Football that can send a message and make a statement that the Cowboys are actually really, really good.
Could be my 1,000-unit play of the week, possibly, on a Tuesday.
Cowboys Patriots?
Uh-huh.
You know what the line is?
It's got to be 7.
It is 7.
Yeah, no backdoor cover there. This could be an explosion. This could be it for Mac Jones. This could be trouble.
I don't know if I'm excited about that or not excited about that as a Cowboys fan, because you are still down 5,000 units, but you did win your most recent 1,000-unit play. You had the Aggies against Auburn last weekend.
Gig their ass, Aggies. Plus, they're using their 12th man, their head coach now.
That was the one touchdown Auburn scored. It was the play Jimbo Fisher was on the field on that scoop and score.
The hell is he doing?
I don't know. All right, it is 20 after the hour on a Tuesday, which means it's time for another one of Bucky's tips for kids in the car line, brought to you by our friends at Relax the Back. Buck, what you got for the kiddos today?
Well, I got this for the kiddos. Wisdom is the ability to learn from the mistakes of others. That would be wisdom, kids. Learn from the mistakes, the ability to learn from the mistakes of others. Now, you've been around a lot of people that have made mistakes, even as a young kid. Don't make those same mistakes. You're going to make mistakes, but make sure you make them on your own. Don't do it because somebody else has made that mistake. Learn from the mistakes that you see from other people out there. That is wisdom. That is the ability to learn from the mistakes, not only of yourself, but others also too. But as you were doing yesterday, because you were atoning for some of the mistakes you've made over the course of the year. Good job by you, as a matter of fact. It just took you a little bit quicker, that's all. Should have been at least a 2 or 3 day deal for you, not one and done. And that is my tip for the kids in the car. Probably my tip for a lot of folks out there, but mostly for kids. They don't get it a lot of times. They're still just wondering, hey, I'm just a kid. That person did that. Maybe I can get away with that. No, learn from the mistakes of others. Please, kids. Absolutely. That includes your siblings. When they make that mistake around the house, don't you go and back that up by thinking, oh, they didn't get away with it, but I think I can. Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. There's always somebody smarter. There's always somebody faster. There's always somebody just a little bit quicker than what you think you are. So I had to learn that because I was the oldest of 8. So I got to do a lot of things that I wanted to do, but I found out there's always somebody just a little smarter, a little faster, and a little more adept in doing some of these things than I was. So learn from it.
I like that. Learn from the mistakes of others. It's like when I watch the Cowboys play on Sunday and I see Mike McCarthy on the sideline, I'm like, maybe I should put that cookie down. Maybe I don't need all that extra food.
And kids, don't weight shame. Don't do that. Don't be like this guy. He's going to have to go atone again. He's going to have to spend a couple hours today when he's supposed to be doing things. He's going to have to go back. He's going to have to go back to Temple again because of what he's saying right now. Don't buy it. Don't buy it.
I'll have to atone next year, and there will be a lot of things that I will have to atone for, and that might be one of them.
Get them all piled up now, huh?
Yeah, I'm just trying to be in better shape than Mike McCarthy. That's all right. I think you are too.
Yeah, that wasn't about Mike McCarthy. That was about his team. They're professionals. Act like professionals. That was not professional football, and neither were the Denver Broncos on Sunday. That wasn't. Hey, why are all those guys laying on the ground? This is not a camp out where you started. Why were the Denver Broncos putting their sleeping bags on the ground during plays and going to sleep in their sleeping? It's not a camp out. It's not a sleepover. We're not in the forest where you put your sleeping bag down and then you lay on top of it. What a joke that was.
What happened there? How do you give up 70 in an NFL game? I mean, I was at Pluckers watching all the noon games on Sunday, and I would just look up at the TV that had that Dolphins-Broncos game on every 30 seconds, and somebody else was running down the sideline for Miami. It's like, is this a replay? What?
I did the same. I kept looking. I'm like, maybe that's the play from before.
Yeah.
It was like the ticker tape. It just kept going by. Bing, 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 bing. The adding machine just kept going. Oh, my goodness, are they something? If Tua stays healthy, like I said, they will be in the Super Bowl. You can't stop them.
No, that offense.
And you can't keep up with them. Think about it. You can't keep up with them. I don't care how much your team scores. They're going to score more. Your defense isn't good enough to stop them from scoring if that quarterback stays healthy. It's just not. San Francisco, you can't keep up with them. And if you think you can outscore them, you can't. BK, you're always going to be 2 touchdowns behind them.
Yeah, I mean, the Chargers tried to outscore Miami in week 1, and it didn't work, right?
No.
They played that epic game. It was a shootout. Both teams got into the 30s, but Miami had just enough offense down the stretch. And then in week 2, against Bill Belichick, they were able to run the football pretty effectively with Raheem Mostert. Not a lot of teams have been able to do that since Bill Belichick took over in New England, and they kind of won a defensive struggle a little bit in that one, and then obviously a 70-burger. I mean, that was just insane. And, boy, Sean Payton talked a lot of trash, didn't he? Remember in the offseason, he's like, Nathaniel Hackett did one of the worst coaching jobs in NFL history here in Denver last year. Well, dude, he didn't give up 70 in a game last season. I don't remember that going down, Sean Payton. So you better figure that shit out, dude.
Man, oh, man, that was embarrassing. Like I said, I've never seen more grown men on the ground on a football field. I don't know if it was Woodstock or whatever. They were ready to lay down and listen to some music. You know what I mean? I waiting for Jimi Hendrix to play the national anthem. What the hell was that?
The Rolling Stones were doing another show. What was it,
My
Live Aid? Were they thinking
goodness.
they were at Live Aid?
It's not a campover. It's not a sleepover. It's not camping in the backyard, guys. You're
Mm.
professionals. Stand up. They're not getting knocked down. I mean, like little
Amazing.
Legos. They're like little Lego men out there. It was so bad. Never saw so many guys. They were standing still. It was like they were stuck in mud when those guys were going. And the running back was going around the corner. You can't let the running back have the perimeter. I mean, he can get the perimeter every once in a while, but he can't cut the corner and go down the sideline 3 or 4 times in a game.
Oh, it was both running backs, right? It was Mostert and it was Achane. Who
Yes.
apparently is Achane now. It was Achane in college, but Devon
yeah.
Achane now wants to be known as Achane. I mean, both of those guys had 4 touchdowns.
That's so sad.
It is.
Man, oh, man.
And the Broncos this season through 3 games have scored 69 points. The Dolphins in 1 game against the Broncos scored 70 points. Yikes.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a huge storyline from week 3.
Better back up a little bit there, Sean Payton.
The NFL. And yeah, while we're on the NFL, we will shift gears and talk some Texas football here in a second because I've got a question for the Buck. But how about the Texans, man? I don't know how much y'all got to talk about the Texans' big win over the Jags in Jacksonville yesterday. But the Texans, man, CJ Stroud looks like the real deal. He's in pretty rarefied air with how good he's been to start off his NFL career. 20 for 30, 280 yards, 2 passing touchdowns. And the Texans probably ruined a lot of people's survivor pools with a huge blowout 20-point victory in Jacksonville on Sunday. The first win of the DeMeco Ryans era, the first win of the CJ Stroud era. An impressive showing by the Texans and a nice bounce back after they got blasted at home by the Colts last Sunday.
Yeah, and this is a team that played without a couple of their offensive linemen too in the football game. But the kid stayed strong in the pocket, made some fantastic throws. You know, his ability not to throw the pick is, now I just jinxed him, but the way he's standing in the pocket, BK, and he can get the ball in those tight windows, and he's not afraid to throw it, but he lets it go in plenty of time. There's not a lot of guys that are around his ball. When he throws it, it looks like it's clear sailing. You just got to catch it. He's starting to find rhythm, with a couple of these wide receivers. And the guy that the Dallas Cowboys miss, he's starting to find. Dalton Schultz is going to be something for this kid down the stretch when they really, really need a play, and especially in scoring zone. Dalton Schultz is going to show up. That's who Dak Prescott's. That's who he really, really misses. I know the tight ends have played okay for the Cowboys. They've done some nice things, but when they get to the scoring zone, Dak Prescott misses Dalton Schultz. Now, Michael Gallup will have to, be that guy for him soon. But as of now, Cowboys red zone compared to what the Texans do is totally different right now.
Yeah, Cowboys are struggling in the red zone. The Texans didn't struggle at all
on
Sunday. And you look at both of their top 3 picks, right? CJ Stroud was magnificent, but Will Anderson Jr., how about a blocked field goal for him? Not only making plays on defense, but making plays on special teams as well. So, yeah, that was everything the Texans wanted to see. And the first 2 weeks weren't great, but, boy, they showed up and showed out. And it's weird. The Texans have kind of owned Jacksonville. I think the Texans are 9.
I don't like that's weird to me.
Yeah, the Texans, I think, are 9-1 in their last 10 games against the Jags. Now, the Jags have obviously had their problems, too, in some of those years. But, look, the Texans have been the worst franchise in football over the last 3 seasons. And the fact that they've been able to kind of dominate the Jags, dominate anybody the way that they've dominated the Jags in recent years is pretty impressive. You know what CJ stands for, by the way, Buck, and CJ Stroud?
I do not.
Coleridge Bernard.
Just call him CJ.
I'm going to call him Coleridge.
Come on, Coleridge. Really?
And how about the history he's making? 3rd all-time in passing yards through 3 starts behind only Justin Herbert and Cam Newton. Both of those guys turned out to be pretty good football players. And then you said it, the interceptionless streak that Coleridge is on to start off his career. He's thrown the most passes, 121, without an interception through 3 starts.
Well, they made the right decisions when it came to quarterback, choosing which you had to take.
I was wrong.
And a lot of people are like, no, that's a bad decision. Well, right now, the big, tall guy is the guy that is doing really, really well, and the short guy is struggling.
Yeah,
right?
and he's hurt.
And for the Jacksonville Jaguars, they really missed Zay Jones on Sunday. There's something about that guy and the quarterback that he misses that dude. He really does. And I don't know when Zay Jones comes back. I don't know what this injury is. Is it a 1-game deal or is Is it an injury that's going to last for a couple of weeks? Jacksonville just looked terrible on defense, I thought.
Yeah.
I thought they were a better defensive team than that.
Yep. I did too. I mean, they lost that game to the Chiefs, but they kind of held Mahomes and that Chiefs offense in check the week before, and then they got picked apart by CJ Stroud. And look, I was doing radio in Houston basically saying that the Texans screwed up by winning that Week 18 game against the Colts, and they were going to regret it because they didn't get the opportunity to draft Bryce Young. I'm glad they went CJ Stroud, right? Like once Young was off the board, I was like, no, take Stroud. But I thought Bryce Young, and it's early, it's 3 games in. I'm not saying Bryce Young is going to be a total bust, and I'm not saying CJ Stroud's going to go the entirety of his career without throwing an interception. But boy, right now it looks like the Texans maybe lucked out. Like, because if the Texans had the number 1 pick, they were going to take Bryce Young. They couldn't take Young.
Absolutely.
He was off the board. They get Stroud, and the Texans haven't had a lot of luck in recent years. Hell, really, since the advent of their franchise in the early 2000s. And it looks like they might have lucked out here. And CJ Stroud looks like the real deal. And like you said, the offensive line is banged up, and the wide receiver room, Tank Dell looks like a player now.
Yeah, Tank Dell is fantastic, man. You're talking about a guy that can sprint right by you. If let me tell you something. Once he's even with you, if he's even, he's leaving. I mean, he goes by a secondary, whether they're in zone or man. He goes right by guys. You know, you might as well start into your back pedal and keep on backpedaling because that guy will catch. He makes up the difference so quick, and he's also a catch and run guy too. It's like a little running back with the ball, and he's having fun. And I think C.J. Stroud is loving the way he's finding that dude too. And the kid Woods is doing pretty well too.
Yeah, I mean that's C.J. Stroud, dude. Like the Texans wide receiver room on paper is one of the worst in football, and C.J. Stroud's been able to get a lot out of those guys. So, man, that's really cool to see. Congrats to you Texans fans out there. Big time win, and hopefully the first of many for D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud.
And a big time thank you to you for that 12-pack of Olipop.
Oh, yeah.
And I haven't cracked that open yet. I've got it inside the house, but I did stop by. Let's get 2 at 1 right here. Stop by 7-Eleven where Ashish was and picked up an Olipop. Instead of grabbing a Coca-Cola, I grabbed a grape, and it was fantastic, man. It was all the stuff I want in my soda. You know what I'm saying? But without having all the stuff that my body thinks it wants in a soda. None of that crazy sugar, none of that jittery feeling after drinking a bunch of sugar. And my doctor, Doc Trey, told me all about sugar, direct sugar from liquids that go through the body, goes through the bloodstream a lot quicker. I'm like, what were you on, heroin at some time? I mean, direct into the bloodstream. He was talking this crap to me yesterday. I'm like, what are you talking about, Doc? I said, he says, yeah, you and that Coca-Cola. He said, it goes right through the bloodstream. And I'm like, yeah, whatever the hell you're talking about. But the Olipop was good. It was good for me. And I got it at 7-Eleven. It's everywhere now. I got to go to Costco and get my crater full of it.
Yeah, they have the 8-packs of Olipop at Costco. I just cracked open the classic root beer flavor this morning. I love this stuff. The Buck said it perfectly. All the stuff you love about soda without the things that you hate, right? This soda is actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. There are ingredients in here that help with digestive health support as well. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar. A lot of the flavors are caffeine free as well, so you don't have to worry about that jittery feeling like the Buck talked about. And this stuff, you can find it at Costco, at 7-Eleven, at Target, at H-E-B, at Walmart, at Whole Foods, wherever you go to get your groceries and some of your convenience store snacks as well, you can find Olipop. So shout out to them. And shout out to Ashish and the crew.
Hey, I went to get my Sunday paper.
Yeah.
Hey, what does the Austin American Statesman think? The Wall Street Journal, $5 for a paper? What in the hell? You know, I love my hard copy, but yeah, I guess $5. Don't complain. I mean, it's like giving somebody a tip. Just think of that, Buck. Just give them the $5 and go sit on the couch and read it for it's not a full hour of reading. It's a good 45 minutes of the whole thing, but that's okay. No, it's not the Dallas Morning News. It doesn't look like that. Lots of advertisement, but you know what? Lots of pictures for the Buck. Yeah, baby.
There you go. Yeah, we're the opposite of the Statesman, right? We're the future of media.
Right.
The Statesman is the past, and they're in a tough spot because, they need money, but they don't have as many customers, so they have to charge more. But people don't want to pay more for the newspaper in 2023. So
I'm about cutting down them trees. Get them out of the way.
Yeah, you hate trees. Yep.
Get
Big
out of
nature
my
guy.
way.
Yeah.
Come on, nature guys, right?
You also don't believe in global warming, and you think the earth is flat like Kyrie Irving, right?
Not quite. I'm not
Hmm.
that bad yet. Getting there. The more I listen to Doc Trey, the closer I get to all of those things.
How about Andrew Beck with the kickoff return
Oh,
touchdown on Sunday for the
that was
Texans?
that Andrew Beck flying down the sideline?
I don't know if he was flying, but the Jag special teams group, I guess, made him look like he was.
They were Jags on that play. I mean, that dude looked like a track star.
That was the slowest kickoff return touchdown in NFL history.
Dude, he shook a guy on the sideline. I'm like,
Dude, it looked like okay. You know how in the spring game sometimes they'll have like a Make-A-Wish kid or that super old guy like you out there for a play, and everyone will like fake tackle him to like dive to the ground, but intentionally miss him to let him score. Like that, it looked like the Jags were doing that against Andrew Beck on Sunday, where it was literally like, no, like we got to let this guy score. It's part of the script, this is. We need this kid to get into the end zone. It's a feel-good story. Like that's literally
like
what
running
that
back
play
from
looked
Colorado
like.
a couple years ago when I was at Texas in the 90s, when he rushed for like 300 some yards in a game and broke the record. It looked like that. He was just going up and down the field. And Monday, by the way, Monday of that game, after that game against Colorado when the Buffaloes tagged us at Texas, I started jogging up and down the field and touching the line and then going back to the other end zone. And guys are going, Coach, what are you doing? I said, I want to see what it was like to go for 300 yards. See if I can run this, touch the line, and go back for 300 yards. I just made fun of it. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, that's what the Broncos defense was also doing on Sunday.
Well, at least Texas was standing that day. Guys were standing. The Broncos had sleeping bags and popcorn. That was the worst display of football. I've never seen anything. I'm serious. I've seen teams get mauled, sort of like the Buffaloes got mauled by Oregon. But some of the Buffaloes were standing up. I'll say this about Deion's guys. They were upright as they were getting their asses kicked on Saturday. For the Denver Broncos, guys were laying on the ground. I mean, it was like, I'm telling you, it was like Legos. It's like when you tumble them all over, they were just falling down. Just blow on them and they'd fall down. My goodness, that was embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. All right, I got a UT question for you, Buck.
Okay.
By the way, a very special guest will be joining us in a little more than 20 minutes. So don't leave and make sure you tell your friends to tune in because we think y'all are going to be excited with the guest that we've got booked for 9 o'clock. And also he's got a big time announcement that he's going to be making here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. So that's coming up at the top of the hour. Bucky, I know you and Wags and you and Trey talked about it a lot yesterday, but the Longhorns dominant in their victory over Baylor, 38-6, the final score from McLean Stadium on Saturday night. It was a very impressive performance by the Longhorns outside of a few special teams mishaps, but offensively and defensively, it was total domination for this Texas bunch. And you were right. You thought this would be a blowout. My UTSD was kicking in. I thought Texas was going to win, but I thought this would be a 4-quarter football game. It was nowhere close to that. The Longhorns with one of their patented 21-point quarters. They've had now 4 of those. They've had a 21-point quarter in each game this season. The 3 before Saturday all came in the second half. This one came in the second quarter, and the Longhorns were able to put this one on ice pretty much going into the locker room. It was a big-time win for Texas, and that's the stuff that really, really good teams do, right? They don't let inferior teams stick around. We've been talking about it for years, how Texas plays down to its competition way too much, how Texas fails to play up to a standard way too often. And, boy, they did not play down to Baylor on Saturday. They played up to a standard, and it was a big-time standard, and that was a big-time dominating performance by this Longhorn bunch against a desperate Baylor team.
Yeah, it was a mature win for this football program. It really was. To go on the road, they've gone on the road to Tuscaloosa, and nobody thought they would win that game, and they dominated at Alabama. They go on the road here with all the expectations are, can they do it? It's just up the road. It's Baylor. They'll give the Longhorns a hard time. That crowd will be into it, and they annihilated that crowd very, very early in that game. Offensively, defensively, the quarterback, 90% of the time, his feet were pointed in the right direction. He made really nice throws. It just was a mature win. I think it gives Texas fans some hope that, you're going to play a tough team this week in Kansas, but if you play the kind of football that you're capable of playing, this shouldn't be a close game either. It'll be early dogfight.
No.
It really, really will. It's going to be, it'll be a slobber knocker. It's going to be the battle of, are you fit to do this? Which I think we saw, BK. More so than anything, I'm noticing with this football team that throughout the game, this is a team that can substitute, and they don't miss a beat when they substitute guys. They really don't, which tells me physically this strength and conditioning program at Texas right now, and especially in a summer like we had, they're ready to go. And I said yesterday, which I noticed in the game, guys weren't ready to tap out. You don't see guys with their hands on their hips. You don't see guys tapping on their helmets. Hey, coach, I've run 3 straight plays. Can you bring somebody in here on defense? The defensive line, they're not tapping out. They're just playing football. And that's great to see. That's just a sign of a mature team and it's a sign of a team that's physically fit. As I said, this has not been an easy summer for anybody preparing for football. I mean, it's been like that all over the country, but especially in the state of Texas, where these guys have been practicing in the sun and in the heat. They look physically fit, and they still look fast, and they still look strong. And I'll give a lot of credit to whoever the strength and conditioning who's leading that deal. They have done a magnificent job with this football team. They look like a mature bunch. They don't look like a bunch of kids that are out there like, hey, come and get me. I'm tired. Hey, my ankle hurts. Come and get me. No, they look like a group that, where's the next play? I'm in. No. You can leave. I'm fine. And they're substituting well, but they don't have to because guys are tired. Yeah. They're playing really good football, good solid football, not making a lot of mistakes except for the special teams. But they have to fix that or they'll lose a championship because of that. They'll lose again. That'll get them a loss somewhere if they don't. They have the abilities. The coaches have the abilities to fix that or find somebody that wants to do it and can do it. That's going to be on them if the same guys are back and they make the same mistakes. That won't be on the player. That'll be on the coach.
Sure.
That's your job, is to say, maybe I need to have somebody different maybe back there. I know I love this guy. I know he's a big part of it, but you can't continue to have these mistakes. They had 3 fumbles, 2 loss. That in a championship game against a really good team, you're losing that game.
Yeah, all upperclassmen too, right? That's the extra disappointing part. We're talking about Xavier Worthy and Jordan Whittington and Keelan Robinson, right? Guys who have played college football, guys who have been a part of this program for a number of years. You don't expect those types of mistakes to be made by those types of players. And
so get it fixed this week. Yeah. I'm fine with Sark saying I'm not changing any of that stuff. I'm thinking, Coach, when it happens, we're not going to look at the player. I'm going to look at you and say, you're not changing that. You haven't had anybody. You're having the faith and all that stuff. No. If guys aren't doing it, and it's not if they're willing. If they're not doing proper technique in doing this, then you have to have somebody else. You have to give somebody else an opportunity. You can practice 8 hours a day. Okay, go under the lights and use the jug machine. Do everything you have, but you can't let that part beat you. You can't let that be the reason you don't win a championship game. You're not going to run away from everybody. You're going to need a guy to field a punt in a big situation where he can't let it drop and run back 20 yards, but he's going to have to go into a crowd and call for a fair catch. And Jordan Whittington, the ball almost hit him in the face mask. I'm like, dude, have some hands. You can't catch it with your face mask. It's not going to stick in there. Almost stuck in his face mask. And Worthy, he doesn't want to be around the crowd. He just doesn't. Now, he'll take one off of a hop every once in a while, and he'll make a big play. But all the big plays won't matter if it costs you a game. It just won't matter. He can bring back that.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. It's not like this is something we've seen like 30 times from these guys over the course of their return careers. Like, it was bad. I can't ignore that, and I can't disagree with you there. Like, that can't happen. And like you said, when you're playing good teams, like, hey, you've got a good Kansas team and you've got a good Oklahoma team these next couple of weeks. Those are the 2 ranked teams that you have on your schedule. You can't be giving those offenses short fields. You can get away with it against Baylor because they're ass on offense.
Yes.
But against Kansas, they've got one of the best quarterbacks in the country. They've got one of the best offenses in the country. And Dylan Gabriel right now at Oklahoma's, they haven't played anybody, but he's playing at a ridiculously high level right now.
Yeah, you give him that field position like that.
Yeah.
But
that can't happen. But they're fine. They're fine. Sark said it yesterday. He's not changing his return man. And you're right. If this is an issue that persists in future weeks, then yes, Coach, what are you doing? It's time to make a change. But I'm not ready to give up on those guys after.
Well, I'm not saying give up on them, but somebody needs to coach them up. That they need. There's some fundamentals of this punt returning they're not getting. It's not just about catching. It's about where you have to be. Where's the ball going to land? You don't have to go flying up to it if you've studied the punter. I mean, there's other things involved in that. It's not just the catching of the ball. You know,
you didn't hear Sark after the game on Saturday? He
no, I
said
did not.
The punter did some things that we weren't expecting.
Oh, he punted the ball. Oh, he had one of those punts. We were expecting the ball to be at 46 yards, a punt right there, no less. And so the ones are kicked short and you have to run up to, they're not expecting that.
He didn't say that.
No, I know he didn't. He didn't. There wasn't any of that stuff by Sark this week, which was great to hear. I think he feels like a mature win, a mature football team, a well-conditioned football team, a quarterback that when he sets his feet and you're on his ass about his feet, can make some incredible throws. And his confidence got built by that 29-yard run, too. And they've got one of the best running backs in the nation right now. They really, really do. Jonathan Brooks is one of the best in the country right now. I mean, he's setting himself up to have a wonderful year and a wonderful career as one of those kind of running backs at the University of Texas. I like everything about what he's doing. I saw him over-exaggerate a catch on Saturday where he, unlike the wide receivers sometimes that look ahead and wait to be hit, and they lose that contact with their eye contact with the ball in their hands. I saw him over-exaggerate a catch and made sure he had the ball before he took off. If he can get that part of his game down, BK, the sky's the limits because he's got great body length. He's got really, really good speed. So the one thing I thought that I didn't know if he really had from the beginning of the season, he has proved that, yes, he does. He's got as much speed as anybody in the game when it comes to running the ball. He's got great body lean. He knows how to control his body. What I liked about the young running back, which can't wait to talk to somebody about, I liked the fact that I told you he was going to have that one hit that was going to welcome him to college football. He got it on Saturday from a linebacker at Baylor. And he bounced right back up. He had already hobbled off after one of his first carries. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, he's limping again. He's hurt again. But he got that hit, that running back, that first hit that you get in college that you say, oh, I can take this. Now it's time for him to start dishing out the punishment now with that big frame of his. But it was good to see Jonathan Brooks. That's why that guy is the starter and should have been the starter. But they're fine. They've got a nice combo of guys that they can lean on. But Brooks is really good.
Yeah. How about that really catch? Good. I mean, he can't catch with two hands, but I guess he can catch with one, huh?
Yeah, he's looking the ball in. He understands kind of what it takes. And those guys don't get the kind of shots on him like that. He slithers his way, turns his body, and he delivers blows at the end of contact where he gets that extra 2 or 3 yards. So it's exciting to watch him play. And the offensive line looked fantastic. They protected the quarterback. They ran the football. They did everything that you wanted to. And as I said, defensively, nobody's tapping out to come out. They're substituting like they always have, which is it's okay. But they don't miss a beat when they substitute. And David Benda played a fantastic game. He's really starting to show. He showed up on film, BK, really on Saturday. Always. He was always there. It just Alfred Collins had one tackle, but I saw him show up in the film. I'm like, he was around the pile at least. That makes me feel good about him a little bit better. I was expecting him to have more tackles in the game because it looked like he had more tackles than one solo tackle. Because you know what he was? He was around the ball. He has to continue to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, the defense was awesome. And I'll tell you what, Xavier Worthy and Jordan Whittington know that defense steak dinners because, when those guys did fumble those punt returns and give Baylor those short fields, the Texas defense stepped up, right? They forced a field goal on one of those drives and they forced a turnover on downs on the other one of those possessions. So, you give up 6 points, you're going to win every single game that you play in.
How did they get 6?
Well, hey, I'll take 6, man. I mean, what this Texas defense has done this year has been special. This is an elite group, and you're right. They've got talent, but they also have depth. It was good to see Maurice Blackwell back out there. He's fast as hell, man. I don't know how many snaps he had, maybe 10 to 15, maybe a few more than that.
He just felt the ball.
Yeah, good to see that guy back in there at linebacker. Jalen Ford's a freaking monster, man. I'll give you some credit. Not that it was a hard pick calling him the defensive player of the game because he's the best player on this defense, but boy, he is special. And, I was reading this earlier this morning. Texas has only had one first-team All-America at linebacker in the last 35 years. It's a great Derek Johnson. That guy was a first-team All-America twice during his Texas career. Jalen Ford's not that, but he's got a chance to be a first-team All-American this year.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, when it comes to leverage and the ability to get to the ball and get to the ball with an attitude, he's got it.
Yeah.
He's got all of that. And he plays the game so smart. I mean, he's not running behind plays. If he does that, if he runs behind, we're out of his gap, he knows he's going to make the play. It's not, he'll take a chance, because of that position. Every once in a while, you just got to take a shot and you're going to guess. But most of the times when he guesses right. But he'll run a guy down. You won't outrun him, which is incredible. And when he gets to the ball, he goes to the ball to make a play. He wants you to fumble the ball. He don't just want to bring you down. He's going to force fumbles. I like the way he plays the game. And Derek Johnson was that way. He wasn't going to make tackles. He was going to make you turn it over. And Ford plays the same exact way. It's good. Yeah. It was good to see the way he played. He really did. And Sweat, between he and Sweat, look out. Yeah. That group that's a dynamic defensive line right now.
Yeah, the whole defense is dynamic, man. I mean, I know Baylor's had its issues this season, and they were without their starting quarterback. And, Dominic Richardson, their best running back, he played. I didn't think he was going to play. He played, but I don't know if he was at 100%. But still, that Texas defense to go on the road in this conference and hold somebody to 6, that's as good as it gets. Now, the level of competition gets a lot tougher this weekend because Kansas is one of the best offensive teams in all of college football. But, man, this Texas defense is beaming with confidence. With what they've done through the first month of the year, it's hard to not feel great if you're a fan about what this defense can do. They're going to give this team a chance to win every single Saturday.
How's your level? How do you feel about the level of the kid that came from Ohio State that's been the second year at cornerback? Are you totally sold on him as a cover guy?
Yeah, I mean, he got burned a couple of times on Saturday. You're talking about Ryan Watts.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, Baylor's got some speed on the outside. The kid, Monterey Baldwin, I mean, they were talking about it during the TV broadcast, right? Like, he hit, I think, 22.6 miles per hour.
Yeah, just a little short of what I've hit in my career, yeah. Oh, that was my batting average. I'm sorry.
No, even that wasn't that high.
Well, yeah, but you know who had a high batting average? This little guy right here. That little guy right there, his batting average was fantastic. Look at the biracial baby right there. He's a special player and a special captain. And Stephen A. Smith to actually go out in Yankee Stadium with number 2 on his back. By the way, we did see some reruns of your throw, and you had a lot of nerve to go out there. I'm glad you didn't put this number on your back when you went out there to make the first pitch. Thank you very much. No. Never.
It really is impressive how you find a way to bring Derek Jeter up during every single show.
Didn't the Yankees win?
I don't know. No one's watching the Yankees right now. They suck.
Oh, Ranger fans, now you're feeling good.
Hey, Rangers are in first place in the American League West by 2.5 games, all right? Now, it will be a very impressive feat for them to blow it over the last 6 days of the regular season. If anybody can do that, it's the Texas
Don't say
Rangers.
it. Don't do that to them. Have the faith. This is like Longhorn fans. If anybody can blow it, it'll be this group. I don't think so. I'm all in. I'm all in with this football team. This is a football team that I'm going to give them this. Go undefeated and win the Big 12 championship. Don't lose to a Big 12 team. Don't do it.
That's the question, right? Like, you look at Texas's remaining schedule, and they have 2 ranked teams that they've got to play. They happen the next 2 weeks. Now, I expect Kansas State to be ranked by the time we get to November 4th when they come to town. But the three toughest games that Texas has left this season are at home or at a neutral site. Obviously, Oklahoma's in Dallas. The toughest road game Texas has left is at TCU. And I know TCU's had Texas's number. We all do. But like that's a game Texas should win. So you look at the schedule. I mean, Oklahoma, you get at a neutral site, but you get Kansas and Kansas State at home. Like we've said it all year long that Texas is going to be favored in every conference game this season. That's not going to change based on the 4-0 start and the fact that this team is now ranked in the top 3 in the country. Like 12-0 is very, very doable. I'm not predicting it, but man, I mean, it just the way this team has looked, and you once again take a glance at what they have left in front of them, it sure as hell feels like this team has the opportunity to do something special this year. Yeah,
there's no doubt about it. And the quarterback play is, I think the quarterback played at a high level last week. And I'm telling you, that 29-yard run, as he tiptoed down the sideline, the loss of 20 pounds. I mean, I was excited for him because those are the kind of things that, as a quarterback, you do things that not only with your arm, but with your feet. I mean, that just helps you out totally. That gives you the confidence that you're a part of the offense and you can make it happen, not only throwing the ball, but you can make good decisions when to take off and go with the ball. And that was good to see of him. And as I said, I watched his footwork throughout the game, and I'm going to go over 90% of the time, his footwork was really good. I mean, really pointing to the direction where he was throwing darts. I thought he did a fine job of, I don't know if somebody's running around with a little pad, telling him, here's what you did on this play. Look at your feet. But whatever it is, it worked in that game. He's just got to keep carrying that with him. And you have to constantly be on him.
Yep. Well, how about me saying during the pregame show that Quinn Ewers is not a dual threat, and then he goes out there with that long touchdown run. Yikes.
Yeah. He looked a little bit like Bryce Young.
That was good to see. Well, he's not Bryce Young out there, but if he can keep defenders honest with that, I mean, yeah, he's not Bryce Young. He's not Michael Vick. He's not Lamar Jackson. He
looked more like Lamar Jackson than he did Bryce Young on that run. Sorry about that.
No, he really didn't. He looked more like Andrew Beck than either of those guys.
Hey, he got it done.
Hey, he got it done. He got it done. Yeah. And that was cool to see. And if defenses have to at least think about that, right? If that's in the back of their mind that, oh no, Quinn Ewers has enough athleticism now to where he can take off and run. Like if teams want to play man coverage and turn their backs to Quinn Ewers, then hey, the fact that he's got that in his arsenal now to where, okay, if he sees some green grass, I mean, he's never going to be a run first type of guy.
No.
He's never going to be a run second type of guy. But
he needs to be a run slide type of guy.
Yeah, but if there's that type of space, he's going to go out there and pick up some yards with his legs. That's another cool element to this Texas offense that wasn't there last year. And it's Captain Obvious, Buck, but this team's going to go as far as the quarterback goes. So, that's the Quinn Ewers we want to see. Now, that was his highest completion percentage in a game during his Texas career. So he's not necessarily going to play that well every single Saturday, but we can't be doing
what the defense gave him. He was taking what they were giving to him.
We can't be doing this every other Saturday deal, and that's what it's been this year, right? Like week 1 against Rice, not very good. Week 2 against Bama, spectacular. Week 3 against Wyoming, not very good. Week 4 against Baylor, spectacular. Like it's got to be more of the spectacular, from Quinn Ewers. We know he's capable of doing it. We've seen it. We saw it at times last year. We've seen it at times this year. We know he has the ability to look as good as he did on Saturday. It has to happen every single week for this Texas team to be a playoff team and really compete for a national championship.
And he has to do it not only on the road, but at home. This is a team that looks like they love getting on the road, just kind of getting away from the fans. Anybody who doubts them, they just get on the road and just display an unbelievable amount of team play. I mean, but they've got to do that at home now. They got to whip this fan base into a frenzy now this week, and this is the game to do it. They're going to need it. They're going to need the fans at a feverish pitch. The team itself is going to have to do all the right things, but their fans use your fans, use the positivity of your fan base now to continue to move to play on. As good as Kansas is, they're not as good as Texas. I mean, will it be a dogfight? Only if you let it be a dogfight. That's the way I look at this football game. Only if you let it become a dogfight. You should be able to go out to a lead. You should be able to stop. You're not going to stop their offense all day, but you should be able to stop them enough that when you get the ball, you need to score touchdowns, and you can score touchdowns. And they don't have to be big plays. They can be long, methodical drives. You can get about 5 or 6 of those and be up by 2 touchdowns, 17 points, and cruise to a nice victory at home. Yeah. You don't have to be in a dogfight with Kansas.
It's a crazy line. The fact that Texas is a 17-point favorite is, it's Texas and Kansas in football. I get it. But with what Kansas has done the last 2 times they've traveled to Austin, and with how good Kansas has looked through 4 games this season. Now, they haven't played a team like Alabama, but they've been very impressive through their 4-0 start this year. And on paper, they're pretty good statistically in a lot of important categories. I mean, I think Texas is going to win this football game. And if Texas plays its A game, there's not a whole lot Kansas is going to be able to do to make this one interesting. But, man, a 17-point line, you're saying that doesn't feel hefty to you? It feels a little hefty to me.
Well, I mean, it sounds like a big line, but from this point on, once again, if you beat them by a field goal and win the game, you win. But there are going to be some things that you don't do well if that be the case. But if you beat them by 10 or more, then you've had a solid game, take the victory and move on to Dallas. I mean, just That's what you do right now. It's about winning your games on the road and at home. Now you got to take care of your home base, but you got to have your fans. You got to give your fans something. You can't have drop punts and have your fans go, oh shit, here we go. No, you got to have your fans going, no, that dude's going to catch that punt. He may take it to the house. I mean, that's how your fans should be thinking right now. Number 3 team in the nation, undefeated, coming home after what a lot of people would have thought a little bit maybe a letdown in Waco. There was no letdown. That was an ass whipping right there. That was a sheer destruction of the other teams, that they weren't very good. And you know what? You let them know that they weren't very good. You made sure that they weren't very good. Now, you gave them opportunities, but you took the opportunities right away from them. You know, you gave the ball. You turned the ball over to them twice. But guess what you did? Your defense did. Okay, sorry, we gave it to you. What are you going to do with it? You're not going to do anything with it. You're going to give it back to us. Or you're going to kick a field goal. And kicking field goals against Texas, you're not going to beat them with field goals.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. Should Texas wear its white uniforms this weekend? Because they've been a lot better wearing those than they have wearing the burnt orange this year. Because the 2 road games have been far and away the 2 most impressive performances for this group this season.
Whatever it takes, whatever they feel that makes them play better. Yeah. I'm buying the maturity of this team, what I've seen on the road, that now they need to bring that home. And it shouldn't be slow starts. It should be, let's get up, let's go. It's 2:30 game, nationally televised game. Let's go.
Yeah,
we're not playing at 11 a.m. like we're going to be doing. Next week will be rough enough afterwards. But take care of this week. Don't make this a dogfight in the fourth quarter. Make this a game where everybody's talking about how good you are. You're the number 3 team, or possibly the number 2. Oh, I'm sorry, my sleeper team is number 2. So it's kind of hard for you just to move the sleeper out of there. But just make sure you take care of your business. Why make a game like Kansas a dogfight? Because they've got the so-called offensive player of the year playing quarterback. Shut him down like you've been shutting down all these other quarterbacks. Get that done with your defense. And your offense just needs to continue running the football like they have. It's been spectacular to watch them run.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, we are awaiting our special guest. I just texted him to make sure he's awake.
Yeah, that's true, but we know how that works out sometimes.
You know how that works with this guy. But before we talk to him, we'll give some love to a few more of our great sponsors. Hey, if you're looking for tickets to this weekend's Texas-Kansas game, you can find them at sendtextickets.com. They've got tickets to every Longhorn game all season long. The game against KU, the Oklahoma game next weekend, home games, road games, it does not matter. You can get your Texas football tickets and all of your football tickets. It doesn't matter if you're trying to watch a Longhorn game, if you want to watch an NFL game, if you want to see the Cowboys play, if you want to see CJ Stroud and the Texans play, you can get tickets for everything right there at sendtextickets.com. Shout out to them. And Bucky, how about our friends over at Texas Orthopedics?
Yeah, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedic. These physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for adults and children, spinal care, sports medicine, of course, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Chris Danny, who I coached at the University of Texas, he and Chris Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you in good health and great quality of life. Visit them at txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics, one of the largest independent orthopedic practices in Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com, my friend.
Absolutely. Love having Texas Orthopedics on board, and love having the folks at Great Blue Heron Furniture as a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered as well. A custom leather furniture company that started way back in 1991. Great Blue Heron Furniture focuses on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is beautiful. Like that, I've got a goal in life, is to run a business successful enough that allows me to have a few of these Great Blue Heron furniture pieces at my place. I mean, this stuff is next level. It's also the highest quality furniture you can find. So when you buy a piece at Great Blue Heron Furniture, you're not buying a piece that's going to last you a few years. No, you're buying a piece that's going to last you decades. I'm telling you, you will not find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere out there. And there's a link in the video description below. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link that you can click on that will take you directly to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. That's right. We've got our own collection.
Very nice.
At Great Blue Heron Furniture. If you type in the promo code HOOK'em you're going to get 15% off your purchase as well. Not a lot of furniture companies doing that. 15% off. All you have to do is type in the promo code HOOK'em at purchase. I'm telling you, if you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link in the description for more info or call them at 866-247-9688. Love these folks. The lead manufacturer for the company is a great friend of mine. His sons are like two of my best friends. One of them's getting married next year. I'll be in the wedding, and love these folks. Phenomenal people. They do the best quality work. I'm telling you, you will always be satisfied with the folks at Great Blue Heron Furniture. So if you or anybody you know is looking to up the living room a little bit or up maybe the second home that you own, they've got you with Great Blue Heron Furniture.
Love it. Love those folks. Really, if you got that modernized farmhouse, put that furniture in that bad boy and watch it shine. I mean, that's good leather furniture. It really, really is. It's good stuff now.
It is. It really, really is. All right. I texted our guest. I promise I'm not lying to the people out there, just saying, oh, we're going to have somebody cool just to get you guys to tune in. But, the guy usually has read receipts on and he hasn't read the text. So
I just got a message that says, I'll join in 10.
Okay.
Got that from him. So
very good.
Cool.
All right.
So be expecting that.
Very special guest will be joining us. And we've got a pretty exciting announcement to make about that special guest when he joins us here in a few minutes. So looking forward to that. All right. What else do we want to get into? How about your big college?
I didn't ask you. One of the games over the weekend I didn't get a chance to ask you about is the Oregon team. That team is for real. I think we all knew what we were going to get with Colorado, Oregon. I not at any point thought that – I did not think that Colorado and Prime and his group were going to be in that football game. I thought they may score more than 6, but I'll say this. I didn't think they were going to put a dent in the offense or the defense of Oregon, and they did not. They did not let me down. They're not quite ready for that. They don't have the depth that these teams have right now. Now, eventually they will get there because I think Deion's going to do a good enough job that people are going to want, and parents and kids are going to want to come and play at Colorado, but not this year. They just don't have enough depth to hang with teams like Oregon. Oregon is a beast.
Yeah, Oregon's really, really good, and what a beatdown that was. I mean, that game was over by halftime.
You're talking about looking up at the scoreboard and it just kept going up. I kept looking. I'm like, wow.
How about the trash, too, that Dan Lanning was talking, right? I mean, during that game, the telecast showed Dan Lanning's pregame speech, and he's like, oh, they're in it for clicks. We're in it for wins. He was just bashing Deion and bashing the Colorado program, and, well, they backed it up, too. I mean, Dan Lanning's done some talking, and he talked a lot in the offseason about Colorado, and he talked a lot leading up to that game and obviously in the locker room before the game as well. And, he turned that talk into action because that was a dominant performance by Oregon. And you're right. I mean, Colorado, with all of the transfers that they had, you knew they were lacking depth going into the season, and you figured maybe as the season progressed and maybe as they started playing tougher and tougher teams that lack of depth would show up. And we saw that on Saturday. I mean, that was an old-fashioned ass whooping by the Oregon.
Well, I thought we were going to see that for back-to-back weeks because even as good as the athletes that they have at Colorado, even this week playing USC, that quarterback is a cut above. There are going to be guys all over the place. They may be able to hang a little bit because USC's defense is not very good, but they're still stronger than what Colorado has on the defensive side. I mean, and they're missing their best player, their most skilled player on defense, really. So that doesn't help either. So I expect another beat down this week. And Lincoln Riley really doesn't like Deion. So I expect for them to try to make sure that their Heisman, the number one Heisman candidate right now, who is going to be a repeat guy, it looks like, gets all the yardage he can get this week. I mean, they may go into the 60s with this group.
Well, USC did not look very good this past weekend, and they were playing at Arizona State, who's one of the worst teams in all of Power 5, and USC was a 5-touchdown favorite, and they only won by 14, and that game was a 7-point game with about 4 or 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So USC, that defense, like, they struggled in week 1, and then weeks 2 and 3, the defense looks much improved, and it was like, oh, maybe Alex Grinch finally has things figured out. No, they kind of got picked apart by Arizona State this past weekend. So USC has some flaws. I don't think they're a perfect team, but they are 21.5-point favorites on the road at Colorado this weekend. So this game is not expected to be that close either. And yeah, I think USC is, I mean, they're favored by that for a reason. They should take care of business in this one on Saturday. And that's a tough 2-game stretch for anybody, but especially a program going through the turnover that Colorado has gone through to have to play at Oregon and then USC in back-to-back weeks. Like that's the crappy part for Deion. I don't know how many people feel bad for Deion. Like you either love him or you hate him. He's the most polarizing figure in college sports right now. But this is the best the Pac-12 has been in forever. Oh, yeah. So it's like, maybe Colorado, and they're still making more noise than people thought. I mean, their Vegas win total was 3.5. They're already at 3 wins. So they're doing better than just about anybody expected. But like maybe in a normal Pac-12 year, they could have made some serious noise and kind of been in the mix for something big in that conference. But because you've got 7 or 8 teams that are ranked in the top 25,
good veteran coaches, yes,
yeah, it's a bad year to be trying to make some hay in that league. So we'll see. Other takeaways, I'm sorry to some Texas fans out there who, for some reason, were like almost hoping that Alabama was a bad football team. I couldn't quite figure that one out.
No,
sorry that Alabama looked pretty good in their victory over Ole Miss. You should be happy about that. I said this in the post-game show. One of my buddies texted me. He's like, "Oh, thanks for calling me out in your post-game show." I mean, there were a lot of people, not a majority by any stretch, but a lot of people after the Alabama-South Florida game last weekend say, "Oh my God, Alabama sucks, dude. They're 2016 Notre Dame. They're awful. And this win for Texas isn't any good." And what does Alabama do? Well, they showed you that they're still pretty damn good at football. They go out there and beat Ole Miss. They beat them by 2 touchdowns. That defense, I mean, look, this is not Alabama's best team. I'm not going to sit here and argue that. But that defense is still pretty damn good. And what they did against Jackson Dart and an Ole Miss offense that had been terrorizing people through 3 games makes what Quinn Ewers and the Texas offense did look even more impressive. Alabama still pretty damn good at football, and they found a way to beat Ole Miss on Saturday afternoon.
And Lane Kiffin's still good at talking. Yeah. Very good at talking. He's fabulous at talking.
I saw you tweeted about him last night.
How can a guy stick his own foot in his own ass? I mean, why does he continue to do that? I mean, just leave it alone. Leave Nick Saban alone. Leave Alabama alone. Quit putting your arm and talking about how great Nick Saban is. And then you're doing all these little snide comments about Nick Saban and the Alabama program. You're not going to get that gig. When that guy retires, you're not the next in line.
No.
I don't believe that will ever happen. Ever happen, Joey Freshwater. It just won't.
That's a great talker. He's a better talker on Tinder and Bumble, though, than I think he is.
Man, oh, man, that guy just goes on and on.
Yeah, not a great performance by them. All right.
How about the Notre Dame and Ohio State game, BK? Yeah. How about looking forward to Duke versus Notre Dame this week as one of the big plays of the weekend coming up? The Dukies.
Are you taking the Dukies?
Yes.
It's football. You know that.
No Krzyzewski? No?
No Coach K. No Coach K on the sideline.
Oh, no.
Yep. All right, Buck. Our very special guest is here. I will let you introduce our next guest, and we've got a very exciting announcement we get to make with him as well.
Love this guy. One of my family members, more so than I worry about him playing football. Heisman Trophy winner at the University of Texas. More so than that, he's just an all-around good person, and it's always a pleasure to talk to Ricky Williams. Rick, good morning, my friend.
Good morning.
And it is morning where you are, right?
Yeah, it's early. 7. You know me, I don't love to get up early, but yeah, it's nice.
Beautiful day there, California.
It is. It's fall. It's fall.
Like cool. Like you need to have long sleeves on, not like here. We're still
in the morning, out. Yeah. In the morning, yeah. In the morning, and when the sun goes down, it does start to get chilly.
What time do you normally wake up, Ricky?
I go through phases. For a couple of months, I was waking up at like 5:30.
What?
Yeah, but the past couple of weeks, I've been waking up like right at like 7:45, 8 o'clock.
Now let me ask you this: you, your wife, and the baby. You guys, you don't do the pet thing, do you?
No.
You've never been a
Well,
pet guy. You've not grown to know me as a pet guy. A bunch of animals all around.
Always, yeah. Ever since I met you, you had these little dogs running around. I've had a pet. I had a Heisman. I had a
That's
cool
right.
dog for it, and Heisman was around for like at least a decade. But I'm not a pet person because I'm not really like I'm always so focused on what I'm doing that it's hard to have a life where I'm responsible for taking care of someone or something else.
Yeah, it's been you're right. That's a huge responsibility having, because now I have 3 dogs and 2 cats.
Yeah. I feel like my jobs are my pets.
There you go. There you go. That's a way to put it. That's good enough. Rick, the Texas Longhorns, number 3 in the nation right now. I don't know how much Longhorn football. You and I talked a little bit about this Texas team. It looks like a football team, Ricky, when you look at them, that it's a mature football team. Go on the road to Tuscaloosa, win a game. Of course, you know how much I hate Baylor. But the fact that they went to Waco last week, when a lot of people were wondering, oh, here it comes. Here comes that game. And it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Texas Longhorns took care of their business.
Yeah. People, we've been talking for years now about Texas getting over the hump. Well, first we've been talking about Texas being back, and then
Right.
we've been talking about getting over the hump because it's a little further advanced. When you have to be back, it means you're far away.
Yes.
They've been, and they've been consistently, on the porch, and I think now they're close knocking on the door, and it feels so good. And to me, the way I could see it is if you look at the past few coaches since Coach Brown left, and just the momentum, there's a little excitement, a lot of ambivalence around Charlie, and then in the beginning there's excitement, and then the next couple of years it was like and the same thing with Tom, because I think when a coach is new, right, there's a big question mark and there's a lot of excitement.
Sure.
But I think when either the players or the fan base over time are interacting with the coaches, and either their stock goes up, right, or their ratings go up or they go down. And Sark has been the first coach where I've seen the ratings steadily moving up. So building on something, and it looks like they're here. It's exciting.
Wow. Yeah, that linear progression that you talk about, Ricky, right? Because Tom Herman had that great year 2 with the Sugar Bowl, and then it's like, all right, things are trending in the right direction, and then nope, the very next year they kind of went downhill. Obviously, year 1 for Sark, not what we wanted it to be, but year 2 is a little bit better, and it feels like year 3 a lot better. This is the first time we've had the chance to talk to you since the Alabama game. Just would love to get your thoughts on what you saw from Texas and that huge win in Tuscaloosa a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so part of the linear progression, it's about connecting the success of the previous year to the success of the current year. It's building on something, and the game against Bama last year was a heartbreaker, but the conversations, right? Texas should have won. Okay, right. That's something to build on. That's something to build on. And they believed it. They believed they should have won, and they put the work in, and they put themselves in the position to show the world that they should have won by winning this year.
I know how much you believe in coaching, because you wouldn't be where you are without great coaching. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I get it.
But let me just say this. Eventually, if you recruit the way Sark is recruiting and his staff is recruiting, eventually sometimes that talent is going to outweigh some of the coaching. I mean, they are recruiting, Ricky, at a level that's just incredible. The types of players they bring in, these 4 stars, 5 stars. I mean, you know what a 5-star is. You were a 5-star recruit that could have gone anywhere in the nation. Those kids are now not only coming to Texas, but they're deciding to come to Texas in June. I mean, you don't even have to wait till December. That new signing date of December. They're not. They decide in the summertime this is the place that they want to go to school, which is I think incredible. They get here. They get orientated to, what's going on around in a place like Austin. They get here early. They understand what the environment's like. I think that's very important.
Oh, it's huge. I'm telling you, like, it's not a joke. Like, I think coaching is greatly underrated. Because part of it, there's quantity and there's quality. The quantity is how many stars they have. The quality is how good of a fit is that athlete with the program, with the scheme. And I think what Sark is doing well, he's not only getting great players, but he's getting great players that fit in his system. And I'm guessing he learned that from hanging around Nick, because that's something that Nick, he wants talent, but he wants the kind of guys that he can envision fitting in his systems.
Yeah, definitely. Ricky Williams joining us here on Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And you talk about those recruits. Texas actually got a commitment from the #1 offensive tackle in the country a couple of days ago. So folks taking notice to what this Texas team is doing. And Ricky, you talked about Texas being back, Texas being here, all of that a few moments ago. And this is the 3rd-ranked team in the country right now. Are your expectations for this Texas team to not only win the Big 12, but be in the college football playoff at the end of the year?
It's easy for us on the outside to have these expectations, but I've been in the trenches, and there's a kind of magic. We had this, Buck, and we had it in 95 and 96. Where things just start rolling. Okay, and Texas definitely has that right now. But we can't get it right. They have to be able to maintain it and grow on it to be able to be there in the end. But as far as this point in the season, A+.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I say by a mature team, Ricky. This is a group right now that can go on the road. They can go to places like Waco. They can go up to play TCU over in Fort Worth, where the fans are jittery, but the players go into it going, "We got this. We'll take care of this. All our training, everything that we've learned, we're going to take it on the road with us." And the ability to run the football. I talked to you a little bit last night about Jonathan Brooks and what I've seen from him. And I've also talked to you about C.J. Baxter, superstar freshman, #1 running back coming out of high school. And I told you there would come that time. You've had that time in your career as a freshman running back. It may have not happened to you as a freshman, but at one point it did happen to you. You take that hit where you figure out, oh, it's really college football. You may not get it at practice because they don't. Well, you may have gotten it at practice because of the way you practice. But for Jonathan Brooks, he's been fantastic. But for C.J. Baxter, he got his on Saturday, Ricky. A linebacker came off of an offensive lineman and was in the hole. And C.J. wasn't quite ready for it. And the linebacker lowered the boom on him, and he went down like a sack of potatoes. But he bounced back up. And I said, at that point, welcome to college football, young man. This is what it's like. You're going to get hit a lot of times. Now you've got to be the guy dishing out the hits now from this point on. You can't be surprised at what just happened to you because this is the way they hit. This is what they do to you. And, he had been coming up a little lame in his first couple games, Rick. You know what I mean? He'd take a hit and he'd come off limping. And I was like, oh, no, please, not this. But he got his hit. I think you may have got yours, but it took a while. I think you may have got it in that bowl game. Do you remember playing against Penn State?
Yeah.
When you said to me, hey, I don't remember the plays, and I said to you, oh, don't worry about it. It'll come to you. They'll start in that bowl
That's
game.
the way we used to handle concussions.
Yeah, that's the way Buck handled concussions.
Brandon Short. Yeah, they had a linebacker. We ran there's a little check down pass, and I ran trying to run him over, but I think our heads hit, and he's like Penn State. Ouch.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was having a good game too, but after that, I was somewhere else.
And I kept telling him, it'll come to you. I said, hey, don't worry, it'll come to you. It'll come back to you. But yeah, I mean, does every running back get that shot that makes him understand it is college football?
Of course. It's called maturity. It's called learning. Because as a young running back, you don't know. You're sitting in the room and the coach is telling you, protect yourself, get down, body, whatever, coach, whatever. But after you get that hit, you're okay, coach, I get it.
It's for real. Hey, Ricky, Jonathan Brooks, if you watch him run, he's got a little priest in him, but he's got this ability. He's got this speed that I didn't realize he had. I watched him last year, and I said, is this speed legit? Because he's going to need some outright speed. And I've watched him now for a year and a half. He's got this out-and-out speed. He runs well with his pads on. Like you ran well. You would tell me you'd run 4.3, but you're probably 4.4, 4.5 guy. This dude, oh yeah, you're 4.4 something and change.
So it really honestly depended on my weight. It depended on my weight. my sophomore year, and my junior year. Definitely my junior year, I was 4.3. But yeah. Even my heaviest in college, I was still. That's probably some games I was 4.5.
There you go. There you
That
go.
freshman-
That bring it back down.
That freshman 15. But hey, you can go back and put on the first game I played, and I broke I had 2 long runs as a freshman. So yeah, that's at least 4.4. Okay.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yes.
Early. But then a couple pizzas later, I mean, it was 4.
Oh
it was
my
back
God.
to 4.5 for sure. Ricky, tell us about your app and what you've been doing. Let folks know on how they can get to your app.
Yeah, so the name of my app is Lila, Lila. And this is something, I haven't really told many people about it. I've just been like quietly working in the background, but this idea came on my 40th birthday. My wife and I, she wasn't my wife at the point. My wife and I were taking a class together on relationship astrology. And 4-day class, and after the class, we looked at each other and we said 2 things. 1, we got to get married, and 2, we got to get this information out into the world. Because relationships are difficult, and we're trying to figure out ourselves at the same time we're trying to figure out someone else and make it work. And we all need help. And so I created this app to help people understand themselves better and understand the people in their lives better. And even if you don't understand astrology, it's written in human terms.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I like you see in the App Store, the heading I chose was timely food for thought. And that's really what it's about. Sometimes we say Lila is like your wise spiritual friend,
Sure.
That friend you go to that always has that perspective where you leave like, thank you. I feel lighter. I feel better because I'm looking at things differently.
Yeah, I call Lila my Vicodin. Yeah.
Yeah,
my back.
exactly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
It really is. I'm telling you, like
It is.
when I'm having my like the worst times with my wife, I'll go read what Lila has to say, and it'll just release a lot of the tension and pressure because it'll change my perspective. And so, it's been my passion project, and I'm really excited to finally like have it to a point where we can put it out into the world. And we're constantly working on it and making it better. So it's
Nice.
Well, that folks need to get this app, and they need to get Lila for sure. There is now. I don't know anything. You know me. I'm barely, able to pull this little computer up and get on this YouTube channel with BK every morning. And as a matter of fact, Ricky, they told me don't touch anything. Don't take a plug out. Just shut the top down. Come back in the morning. Open up the top. BK's had to let me into the room there on 50 different occasions because I keep clicking the thing 3 or 4 times, but I've been told I can't touch stuff. So is it easy to get your app? Easy to get to it?
It's really easy. Yeah. Only thing you need, the only like tricky part for some people is that for the app to be at its best, you need accurate birth time. But once you have that, it's really easy. You just put the birth time in and you push save, and then boom, you got. I think of it kind of. There's an old show when I was a kid I used to love called Quantum Leap.
Okay, yeah.
Right. And the character, forgot his name, Max or something. The character, he always had that little thing, that little machine in his hand that would say there's a 60% chance that it's this.
Yeah.
I think of Lila kind of like that. You go through life, and sometimes you just need something to like give you timely food for thought, something to think about.
Right. Good advice. I like that.
Exactly.
Lila, Lila. It's available in the App Store and Google Play, I assume, right now?
No, we're not on Android yet. We're working on it. Just the App Store right now.
Just the App Store. All right. That's most people have iPhones. Anyone I care about has an iPhone, so that's the spot to be right there.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great to hear. So Ricky, I got to ask you another football question here.
Yeah.
There are good coaches and there are bad coaches, like the types of guys who prevent you from getting 10 extra yards to get to 1,000 yards.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Those are the bad coaches. But a big issue at Texas has been development. A bunch of people are commenting right now, talking about how the development just looks different right now. How much of a difference does that make? And also, as a player, can you tell early on if a coach kind of knows what he's doing, if he's actually developing you and getting the most out of your abilities? Because it feels like that's been lacking at Texas for a while, but it kind of feels like it's there right now, which is a good thing.
Yeah, this is related to what I was saying earlier about the trajectory of the coaches. Because what makes a coach trend upwards, and it does manifest as victories, but it's really how connected he is to the players. If the coach has a meaningful connection to the players, those players are going to develop, right? Because you have to think about it. These right, they're not quite at the peak of their physical ability. So they're at a time in life where they have a lot of ability, they have a lot of strength, they have a lot of potential, but they just need experience. And anytime anyone has experiences and they're in a safe, loving environment, they can't help but develop. When you're in an environment where you're stressed out, you don't know what's going on, you don't feel connected, right? Those experiences are not going to turn into as much growth. And so I think this is my experience. A coach's job is to make the players feel comfortable. And if the players feel comfortable and at this level, the staff is competent enough to be in that position. So you make the players feel comfortable, you have a competent staff, there's going to be development. And then the skill of the coach is just a bonus after that.
Yeah, Ricky, when you say that, you talk about Nick Saban an awful lot. And that guy has won an awful lot of football games. He's lost some along the way. He's learned a lot along the way. He's had to change from being a pro coach to a college coach to one national championship to a different team. You talk about Nick Saban. Is he that guy? How comfortable does Nick Saban make his football players feel? How comfortable they feel around him?
He's found this like sweet spot, right? Because I'm talking about feeling comfortable, but what I'm not talking about, which is obvious, is how uncomfortable the game of football is.
Yes.
And so that's why making kids comfortable is so important. But Nick's found this amazing balance of making people extremely uncomfortable and comfortable at the same time. That's how you get peak performance. And one of the things about Nick, when I played for him, it's like he knew like my game, like he knew my game. So when he talked to me, it wasn't just, generalized football advice. It was specific to my game because he cared. And I was listening to something you were when we were talking yesterday. We were talking the other day, and you were talking about the running back, and it like flashed me back to being in the coaching room and listening to you coach me. And we were extremely close. And so you, of course, knew my game. And, I didn't need the help to make things uncomfortable just because of my work ethic. But making it fun and comfortable and learning, because, right, people would say, Buck's not like the X's and O's guys, but you made it so fun for us to be there that we all got better, all of us,
it's a tough enough game.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let people know now. We know we've taken up a lot of your time. Let folks know when you'll be coming to Austin. We love to have you know. We're doing shows out at Covert Bee Cave out there. Let folks know when you are coming to Austin, Texas, to join us for a meet and greet.
Yeah,
what's your day looks like? What does your dates look like?
Yeah, this is a big year for me, a big football season, and the timing of Texas, playing so well. It's perfect. So it's the 25th year anniversary of my Heisman Trophy, and for the 25th year, guys, Heisman does a big thing. They come to the school and they celebrate you at the game. And also, I've been chosen as one of those fancy, distinguished alumni
ambassador.
No, where I go again at the game, I go and I put on one of those orange jackets and I waved all the fans, with my great
the golf cart. You're gonna be in the golf cart.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
you are getting old like Earl. You are getting like Earl.
I'm not ready for the. I'm not ready for the. I am. I'm the Earl of my generation.
Yes. On the golf cart, waving with the jacket. Now I can't wait for that. Now.
Yeah.
But when is that date, buddy?
So that's the K-State game. So November. Okay. That's the first week in November.
Okay. Yeah, and you come join us, and we have a little meet and greet. We do this every home game. Come out there and say hello to the fans out there and the folks out there. Take a couple of pictures. We can't wait. We can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. I haven't seen you in a long time. You got all this. You got all this hair back now. All of a sudden.
Yeah. Some of us can grow hair, Buck. I know you can't, but
Well, I can grow hair some places, but I'm losing more hair than I'm growing, so it's like a balance.
Oh, are we getting weaved? Are we weaving things now?
We're not. We don't have to weave. You know, it's what do you say? It's growing in the back and it's leaving in the front. So.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
man, we look forward to it, and it's always good to talk to you, Rick, and please say hello to your wife and your family there in California. And I know the group here can't wait to get Dad back home in this area. AJ's been talking about you and your business, 34 Wine and Spirits. I see you guys are on the move again, doing more things.
Yeah, hey, they're doing a great job over there. It's fun.
This is the app on the screen, correct? Just want to make sure. I don't know if you could see
That's
this.
it.
Ricky. All right. Yeah, that's the one right there. Just search it in the App Store, Leela, and you can see what Ricky Williams has got going on right there. But timely.
That's my pet.
Thought.
That's my
That's
pet.
Your pet?
Yeah, that's what I'm feeding all the time. Damn. And
There you
cleaning
go.
up messes. Yeah.
Did you program this? What are you, a coder now? What do you?
I am a coder, but I don't program at this level of coding, but I had to learn to code to be able to communicate with the developers. And so I'll write code and then I'll send it to them and they'll make it look nice.
Well, Ricky, what you don't know is I've become a meteorologist. I know
Really?
You're studying the stars, but I know when it's going to rain.
Yeah.
So
why? Because your neck hurts? Because your
my
back
back, my back. Yeah. Within the 24 hours, I'll make the call. And we've had rain. It just so happened that it hailed the other day, and nobody's counting that. I'm like, wait a minute. It started as lick. What's the deal? It started as rain. It's not my fault.
That counts.
Yeah. Thank you, Rick. I wanted people to understand that counted the other day. But we've had very few of those days, and I remember the great times that we've had, and we'll continue to have throughout life. And you were one of the kids that I enjoyed being around, and from the day I met you, and I'll tell people this, the day that we spoke and you told me that you were coming to Texas, people still don't believe that on one occasion you said, I'm coming, and I never had to worry about that. When others worried about it, I never had to worry. Your word was good enough for me. It's always been good enough, and I appreciate everything you've done and taking care of AJ and him taking care of you too at times. So I'll stress that part too. But we look forward to getting you back here in Austin, Texas, and spending some time with you on that Friday, my friend.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
You're the man. Thank you, Ricky.
See you, Rick.
Yeah, yes, take care.
You too. There he goes. The legendary lifetime Longhorn, Heisman Trophy winner, 10,000-yard rusher in the NFL.
990 yards his freshman year because of somebody.
Because of some jabroni on the coaching staff that
Not
year.
me. That's not my job.
It's your job.
My job is to coach. My job is not to worry about how many yards somebody has.
That is your job. You got to know that.
That's John Bianco. I will say his name. That's the SID. All he had to do, tap me on the shoulder, send me down a message on a piece of paper. My mind is on the game. It's not on the individuals having 10 yards for 1,000. Should my mind be I can't want, you know what my mind is like. If I wander too far for what I'm actually doing, I mean, what happens next?
Well, you were thinking about the Yellow Rose or our donuts or something.
Come on, man.
That's where your mind was at that point. And hey, you're just lucky there's no transfer portal back then, because Ricky might have up and left because he didn't like you not giving him those extra 10 yards. Come on.
That dude loved Austin, Texas. He wasn't leaving the place. He wasn't leaving.
That was awesome. And yeah, the big announcement there, Ricky Williams will be in town the weekend of November 4th. That is the K-State game. He will be honored on the sideline or on the field during that game, which is really cool for him. But the cool part for us is the fact that Ricky Williams will be our special guest live at our Friday luncheon out at Covert Bee Cave. So it'll be Friday, November 3rd, where legendary lifetime Longhorn Ricky Williams will be hanging out with us. We'll be talking some Texas football. He'll be taking some pictures, maybe signing an autograph or two, and there will be free lunch provided by our friends at Smoky Moe's and Verde's Mexican Parrilla. So, I asked
him about the Heisman Trophy. I said, so where is your Heisman Trophy? You know, there's like 3 of them, one for the university, one for Ricky, and one for the Hall of Fame or whatever it is, the College Football Hall of Fame. Dude said, I have no clue, Buck. I don't know.
You don't know where his Heisman is?
No, I'm going to have – he said, to him, it's like a different part of his life. Dude, it's like a shoe in the corner. I'm serious. It's like a missing sneaker to him. Don't know where it is. Don't know where those pair of shoes are. That's him. That's Ricky. That's his deal. Don't know. So I'm going to have to try to search that down because we'd like to have that there. And the university, they're not giving us that thing.
They've got one too. Yeah, they'll give us one. Why not?
They will not. You think they're going to take it out of that Hall of Honor deal where they have with that beautiful facility they have over there? The CDC is not giving us the Heisman Trophy for a meet and greet with everybody putting their hands on it. Their COVID-filled hands all over that statue. There's not a chance.
They would have until you dunked on John Bianco a couple of months ago.
Come on. Not my fault, but we'll find it. It's probably at his kid's house here somewhere. It's probably a doorstop somewhere. We'll find it.
Oh,
I got to call Sandy and see if it's at her house. If it's out in the backyard. They're using it for who knows what people are using that thing for now. We'll get it. We'll find it.
Yep, we will. We will. But either way, Ricky's going to be out there with us at Covert BK the day before the K-State game. So mark your calendars now. Friday, November 3rd. Look, we've had a couple of great guests at those events already. Michael Griffin, Casey Studdard, love those guys. But, man, Ricky Williams, that will be next level. So really looking forward to getting the chance to see Ricky in person and for all of you to get the chance to see and hear from one of the best to ever do it.
And we'll do it this week, too. This Friday, we'll be out there also.
Yes. Working on a guest. Hell, it might just be the Buck and I talking football.
Yes, maybe us talking some football with you.
I don't know if anybody wants our autographs, but, we'll sign stuff for you and take some pictures as well. But this Friday, the day before the Kansas game, we'll be out at Covert BK for our pre-game luncheon. It's every Friday before UT home game. So this is the last one we'll have for a while because you got the Oklahoma game, then you've got a bye week, then you've got the game at Houston. So almost a month between home games at DKR, which means almost a month between those Friday pregame luncheons out at Covert and BK. And somebody just asked if we could put up the picture of Ricky Williams' app on the screen. So there it is for you one more time. Lila, Lila. So if you're listening on the app, that is what you search in your Apple App Store, Lila. Astrology and horoscopes. And once again, there is the picture of what it looks like if you are watching on the YouTube.
Got to find out what this Lila means because with this cat, there's something with that Lila. I got to find out. And it's probably something very dark, and I will find that out. But I won't let you know unless he wants me to know. Want you guys to know.
How about
I'm gonna find out what it means?
How about Ricky doing some programming as well, doing some coding? Like I almost asked that as a joke. I figured he had just paid somebody or told somebody hey, here's what I want, you go do this. But Ricky actually learning how to code a little bit. Dude's a jack of many trades, man.
Dude, the smartest football player I've ever been around. One of the smartest people I've ever been around. One of the weirdest people I've ever been around.
No.
If not Doc Trey.
Oh, yeah, well, no one's weirder than Doc Trey.
No doubt about it. And speaking of Coverts, the Covert family out there, they're carrying 7 brands, Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, of course. And at Covert BK, they have everything for everybody. 86 service bays throughout. Your time is minimal when you go out there for an oil change or whatever you have to have done. And they've got locations, folks. They've been doing it since 1909, the Covert family in Central Texas. They've got locations out in Hutto. That would be Hutto. They have Chevys and Fords out there in Hutto. And, of course, Lincoln and Fords in Austin, Texas. When you're there out here in BK's, say hello to Stacy and Dan and Mike, the general manager out there. And, folks, nobody beats the Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Shout out to Covert and shout out also to our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. How about a recorded spot from Tom McKay and the kid over at AVC?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audio Visual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
Thank you very much, you two.
Oh, yeah. Audio-visual consultation. Shout out to them. And shout out. Oh, you see the hat today, Buck?
Oh, you got Allstad. Yeah. Nice
on now.
hat. Nice lid, brother.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this weekend, had a couple of buddies over to watch some football and enjoy a few Altstad beers. My fridge is stocked with it. Matter of fact, I have my own separate mini fridge that only has Altstad beer in it. Like, it's that good. It needed its own
Separating
fridge.
the bottles and cans now?
Oh, yeah. That's what we do. That is what we do. Altstad is my choice of beer all year long, but especially for football season. Should be yours as well. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there, and it's easy to find too. Available wherever you shop for beer all throughout the state of Texas. Yeah, not only is it in Central Texas, but if you're tuning in from the Metroplex, if you're tuning in from H-Town, they've got Altstadt beer as well. It's brewed in Fredericksburg, right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. Guys, this stuff is liquid gold. I am telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And our good friends over at Top Gun Rentals and Sales, of course, with their 2 locations. And if you're interested in getting ready to get that gardening done, give it to about the 2nd or 3rd week in October. Don't rush out there. It's still kind of hot. But if you need a tiller to get ready to do your garden, Brandon Mars at Top Gun Rentals has anything that you need. It doesn't matter, BK. Chainsaw, if you need a lawnmower, a riding mower, he's got it all. Bobcat, you need a Bobcat, you've got a job. No job's too big for what they have at Top Gun for sure. And they've got 2 great locations. And, of course, I will be doing these things very soon myself, as I'm told to be careful out there with the tiller in my hand. You know,
why are you using that? Get Javier to do it.
No, I can do those things. And maybe I'll even get a mule and a plow, and I'll put the thing around my shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Like the Grapes of Wrath, or, you know, the color purple or whatever. Maybe I'll get out there and do that with a mule this year, just to prove to everybody I'm not some frail old 68-year-old guy. I know how to garden. I am a lettuce rancher, by the way. Not many people out there can claim to be lettuce ranchers.
What does that even mean, lettuce rancher?
I do lettuce, and I do it very well. My lettuce is good. My lettuce is good, brother.
You're having intercourse with heads of cabbage?
That's not what I'm doing. I'm not banging cabbage or heads of broccoli. No, I'm not doing that. I'm a lettuce rancher. It takes a skill to have the perfect lettuce, to have the perfect head of lettuce. Yeah. That's exactly what I do, and I do it well.
It takes skill to be good at head. I agree with that. Okay, if you are going to till and use all of that equipment in your garden, please let me know so I could take out a life insurance policy on you right before you start, all right?
Yeah, my wife is laughing right now. Please do it. Please do it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's down. The old man is down. Just leave him there for a while. He'll get up.
Help, baby. I've fallen in case. We got to get you a life alert for that deal.
That's going to be my Christmas present. I'm thinking of, if I'm going to forget to carry my phone with me, I'll do the life alert, but I'm not wearing that chain around my neck. I'm not putting that thing with the beeper on my neck. I'll put it in my pocket. Or like those dudes that have the wallets with the chains on it, I'll put it in the back like that. But I'm not. It's not going around my neck. My cross is there, so I can't be mixing those both. You know what I mean? One life, one death. No, I'm not doing that.
You're gonna keep it like a chain on your wallet. You're gonna have.
Maybe I'll do an earring. Hanging. How about a life alert earring,
dude?
Maybe I'll do that.
The looks you're going to get if you have that on your wallet every time you pull the wallet out to pay somebody, and they see that little life alert beeper on there.
Yeah,
you'd be like, "Is this guy okay? Does he need help?"
He needs help for sure.
Oh,
he does. Boy, it's glad to hear Ricky going to show up for us on that date. That'll be an awful lot of fun out at Covert's. We welcome everybody. We'll have enough food for everybody involved. I don't know if he'll have enough signatures. And once again, as you come out there, now it may be myself talking this week, so you're not going to have me signing balls. I understand how that goes. Or
nobody wants that.
Nobody wants me signing their balls or their jerseys or their pantalones or any of that stuff. But I want to talk some football with the folks this week. So I'm looking forward to it. Generally once a year I get a chance to talk, and talk about Texas football a little bit, from the past or from what's going on right now. I'm looking forward to it on Friday, as a matter of fact. So please come and join us.
Yes.
We'll have plenty of food for you, unless BK eats all the chips and salsa
from Verdes.
Oh my goodness.
That is good stuff over there. Yep, those luncheons usually start around 11:30. So just pop in anytime between 11:30 and 1 and
Say hello.
say hello, get some free food, and we'll talk some Texas football with y'all. Always love going out there. I haven't brought this up to you, Buck, and I'm surprised. Look, this is the first show you and I have done together this week. Obviously, you were on yesterday with Wags and Trey, and thanks to them for filling in for me.
Yeah, I'll never be the same after those two.
Yeah. How about Jatavion Sanders?
Oh, the All-American tight end.
Yeah,
the guy that they found, that Sark found and said, I will get the ball to him. Yeah, I know more about Byron Murphy than I do about Sanders on offense, but not after this week. 5 catches, 110 yards. And the guy was, I'm telling you, he was so involved. I watched him throughout the game. You should have seen him in the run game this week. He was fabulous in the run game. He did a great job blocking in the run game. And you know why? Because he involved him early in the football game. Yeah. And he was spectacular. His enthusiasm was unbelievable. You have not seen that kid like that, this year or in the other years. They made an effort. Someone, Sark did say this in his presser. We don't know who's going to get the ball. Well, listen, coach, you better start figuring out that guy needs to get the ball, and he needs to get the ball pretty early. He says it goes by the game. I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, so you're gonna let other teams take him away because it's different in this game. Okay, so it's gonna be maybe different this week. He won't catch 5 balls. That guy he should catch no less than 5 balls.
No, these next 2 weeks, I mean, these are maybe the 2 toughest games you have on your schedule. So you need to deploy all of your best weaponry for this Kansas game, because I don't know if it's going to turn into a shootout, right? This Texas defense might be too good to allow anybody to turn a game into a shootout, but Kansas does have maybe one of the best offenses in the conference and one of the better offenses in college football. So you might have to score a few points this weekend, and JT Sanders is such a matchup nightmare for opposing defenses that, you got to find a way to get that dude the ball. And maybe, Buck, I should probably leave the military references to our boy Wags, who's coming up with Rodney, Chaos Theory from 10 to 11. Wags is the Marine after all.
Yes, he is.
But like Jatavion Sanders to this point has been used like a special weapon, like it's something that you've got like, we can deploy this thing if we need to. Like, let's try to avoid it. Let's keep this thing hidden. But if things aren't going our way, or if we feel like we need to make something happen to get some momentum on our side, then we'll push that button or bring out that weapon, and boom, there's nothing the other team can do. Like that to me is how Jatavion Sanders has been used this year. It's like, Rice, Wyoming, we don't need to bring out our best guns for that. We can beat those guys with a pretty vanilla game plan, and we can make other guys the focal point of our offense. But, Alabama, biggest game of the year, and then first conference game of the year on the road, Sark's like, no, let's make sure we've got all hands on deck. Let's make sure we've got our best guys, and JT Sanders is one of those best guys. He's one of the very best tight ends in the country, and I hope, we're not talking about any other games where he doesn't have any catches. I hope we're seeing those types of stat lines often over these next couple of months, because once again, he is that weapon that not a lot of teams know how to defend.
Well, this is not, when I say a mature team, I think they coached mature in this football game too. I mean, getting him the ball was just, watching Sark do that was, I was just smiling in the game. I mean, did he not start off the game with like a handoff to this dude?
Wasn't Sanders?
Yeah. Didn't he take a handoff and run with the football almost like a running back in this football game? Did he have a carry and not a reception? Or was it a quick screen, one of those little quick that's screen. What it was. It was a quick. It wasn't a handoff. It was like a little bubble screen to him. Yeah, I mean, you have to use this guy. Get him into the secondary or into that linebacker level. Let's see those guys try to tackle him. Let's see the little DBs try to come up and hit that dude. That guy he came to Texas as an all-around athlete. He still has all those qualities and all those abilities. So get him the ball as often as you can, as much as you can. Make him know that he's a part of this offense. And they did everything needed to do that. Yeah, I think he was. I said that Jonathan Brooks was going to be the offensive player, but I think Sanders was the offensive player of the game.
Yeah, I think
I really do.
I think my favorite part from Saturday, and boy, there was a lot to like from Texas 38, Baylor 6, but we saw a lot of signs of maturity from this program.
Yeah.
And I think one of, I'll say my favorite sign of maturity that we saw from Texas was how good this passing game looked without Xavier Worthy making a huge impact. It's not that Worthy had a bad game. He scored a touchdown.
Right.
But like last year, if Texas had a good passing game, it was, Xavier Worthy had to go for 10 catches, 130 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Like they force-fed the ball to Xavier Worthy all of the time. And it's like he was the only super reliable, super consistent weapon that they had in the pass game. And the fact that Quinn was able to play as good as he did, and the fact that this passing offense was able to be as effective as it was, and Xavier Worthy, 1, 2, 3, had the 5th most receiving yards on the team. Like that is a big positive sign and a step in the right direction. And it just shows you that, no, this Texas offense has many more ways to beat you in 2023 than they did in 2022.
Well, it's good to see that A.D. Mitchell has become one of his favorite targets because he can throw the ball low to him, and the kid will go down there and catch it. He can throw it out to the right, to the left. He can throw it in traffic, and A.D. Mitchell is going to make the play. And I'm watching the way Quinn Ewers is starting to look at him and say, he's going to make this. It's going to be tight on the sideline, but if I throw it out towards the boundary, he'll make that catch. I think he really relies on him, which is nice to see.
Yep.
I think he's starting to think of him not as a big threat, but down in the scoring zone, he's going to make those tough catches for you.
That was a huge addition to this Texas team.
Yes, it was.
How about Jonte Cook? Hashtag let Jonte cook. Huh? Get that dude on the field. He'll make something happen for you.
Really? Maybe even a punt return?
Well.
No, scared guy. Don't do that. Don't let a weapon maybe be a real live weapon to you. Let him sit down and just catch long bombs. Don't let him think about returning a punt.
Hey, I'm just glad he was on the field, okay? Because there have been games this year where it's felt like we haven't seen Jonte at all. So the fact that he was on the field and had that big 50-plus yard catch over the middle, that was awesome, and I hope we see more of that.
I agree with you.
All right, couple more shout-outs to some sponsors here. How about Sue Patrick, Buck? We haven't talked about them yet.
Oh, the folks at Sue Patrick now. I'm going to tell you, we have these wonderful shirts that Sue Patrick has given us and Jay Willems over there. They've been doing it since 1975. They got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. And the Christmas stuff, it's already out there right now. It's already getting on the shelves. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts out there and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. And they offer free shipping online and orders over $49 and free curbside pickups for sure as well. But, folks, when you go there to 5222 Burnett Road, plenty of free parking, all kinds of space for you to go in. Yeah, that's right, free parking. You don't have to walk blocks and blocks before you get your Longhorn gear. But they've got it all, BK. I love going over there. I love their golf apparel. I love everything that they've got over there. And we do – you like that with the little – those are little horns. Look at the little mini horns with the big horn. There you go.
Dude, I tried that on.
Yeah.
And it is the most comfortable shirt I've ever worn in my entire life.
That is some nice gear.
I'm like, I don't even want to put it in the wash because I'm worried it's not going to be that soft when I take it out. I'm sure it will be because the material
very
is next
washable
level. But
yeah. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com, please, and ask for Jay when you get over there and Sue Patrick herself. She'll be back there on the couch, sitting back there greeting folks. They are wonderful people, and they've given us some gear to take up to Dallas with us next week. We will be going.
We will be in Dallas, and we'll be doing our pregame show live from the fairgrounds next Saturday. We'll have more details next
2 hours?
week. But, we might go a little longer.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, sorry, you got to work overtime, Buck, and you're not getting paid extra. Don't even ask me.
That's okay. I love doing pregame shows. I like being a part of that.
It makes up for your
try to listen to other pregame shows to see how we're doing. Damn, I can't find any.
Oh,
what in the hell?
How does that work?
I don't know. The University of Texas getting ready to go to the SEC. No pregame shows. What the hell is this? Just listen to us then. You're going to get two hours of it. No commercials. We just go.
Yep. We might have Trey up there with us. We might have Wags up there with us too. It should be a fun time.
Maybe Hardge, maybe the whole gang, huh?
Maybe the whole gang. And shout out to Jack Allen's Kitchen too. Want to give them some love. Oh, fantastic dining experience. And shout out to Salt Traders, by the way. I think I'm meeting a buddy there for lunch sometime this week. Great seafood. If you're looking for great seafood, go to Salt Traders. If you're just looking for a great meal, they've got it at Jack Allen's Kitchen. 5 Austin area locations for Jack Allen's, and there are 2 Salt Traders coastal cooking spots. Always going to take care of you every time you walk in there. Shout out to them. Shout out to Last Stand Hats. Shout out to Woods Comfort System. Shout out to all of our great sponsors here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And also another shout out to Ricky Williams for joining us today. That was a fun conversation, Buck.
He always is. He's always a good time, and you never know what to expect from him, and you get something positive every time you talk with that young man. I still call him a young man. That's an old dude now. He's getting ready to go out. He's going to be on a golf cart. You know that K-State game. He's not walking around like Earl used to. When Earl would break another record or get into the Hall of Fame, he'd sit in a golf cart. I can just see Ricky waving to the crowd now.
Yep.
I just can't wait. This is going to be so much fun.
25 years.
25 years.
In a minute. In a minute. All right, that is going to do it for us. The Buck and I will be back tomorrow morning from 8 to 10. We've got a full lineup of shows till 5 o'clock. We will be live right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on the YouTube channel and on the TSU app as well. It's time to bring on the fellas who make up Chaos Theory. It is Rodney Rodriguez. It is Adam Wags Wagner. Gentlemen, our work here is done. Wags, you're on mute. I'll save you the embarrassment there.
Who's on mute? Click that thing, my brother. Click that thing, my friend.
You guys have a great show, man.
Hook 'em, guys.
Thanks,
Hook 'em,
guys.
boys. Hook 'em. There they go. Yeah, always fun to follow the best coming out of the gate. And we're rounding third, Rodney, getting ready to come here to home for this stretch of Major League Baseball. We'll talk about that. Welcome to Chaos Theory. It is Adam Wagner and Rodney Rodriguez on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can find me on Twitter at NotToFakeWags. My guy Rodney is at the Rodney R, and on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm at the Wagner Wire on the Instagram and on every other social media thing out there as well. What's up, dude? I still got this damn softball feeling thing in my back. I'm trying to get comfortable, man, but every time I wince, or every time I breathe, I wince, dude.
Oh, man.
What's going on? So you'll see me from time to time, like trying to maybe I'm sitting on like a golf ball or a tennis ball. Nah, man, or something squirrely's trying to get up my ass. Nah, dude. Nah, I got a bad back muscle right now.
Well, and I'll give you guys just kind of a warning. So in my neighborhood right now, we were talking about the hailstorms and all that.
Oh.
We have multiple. There's like massive cleanup going on around here, and my studio assistants are two great dogs. So at any point, if they go crazy and I stop talking, that's what I'm doing right there. I'm like going to mute myself. So just kind of be prepared for that. But that's kind of what I'm doing. So Wags, I did finally get out.
Everything in order though, like from the hail and whatnot, everything good to go. Bad damages, anything like that?
I haven't gone to look at the house yet. I mean, because we live in a 2-story house, so it's hard to see stuff. But my car is beat to shit.
Oh, damn.
So
sorry, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of those. It still drives.
That just sucks.
It still drives, dude. Dude, I'm a race car driver. I'm used to driving cars that are all beat up. So to me, it's like, all right, I'm just going out driving. It feels kind of normal. But hey, Wags, before we dive into the good sports stuff, I know yesterday you and I were talking about, we were talking about the big NFL stories of the week and weekend and all that stuff. Did you see that the Travis Kelce jerseys have 400%? They went up in sales since
all the damn Swifties buying.
Oh shit! I forgot to put my Taylor shirt on. Damn it. I'll do it tomorrow. All the
Swifties are buying them, Rodney. That's why, man.
Dude, yeah. And it's like,
how is this the story? Like, instead of the 70-point Dolphin, ride the victory here, how in the hell is Taylor Swift the story?
Hey, man, I tell you, man,
that much.
She is. That's her, man. She just it's one of those things to where with pop culture and all that stuff to where folks get fixated on that. And from everything that
I didn't
heard
realize
about
she
her,
was this big, dude. I mean, you hear the name and you know that she's going to be a headline and everything, man. But I've never been to a concert. I'm not a Swiftie, so I don't understand this.
No. Well, I have daughters, so I totally get it.
My wife doesn't even like my wife thinks she's talented, but she don't even follow her. You know what I mean?
Well, and I gotta tell you, I think part of the love that I've heard for the Swifties, even the older ladies. I mean, some of the moms and all that. It's that she writes her own music and she's able to actually fucking play a guitar.
Don't all musicians write their own music?
No. A lot of them don't, and I think that's the big thing with her. And then, but the whole thing is, when people's like, she's writing her own music, I'm like, yeah, she's like dishing on all her old boyfriends. I mean,
well, I think
talent
that's
is
what
that?
rock
I
and
mean,
rollers and what and whatnot make that's what makes good lyrics, right? Is broken hearts and you know treks through drug-ridden life and everything like that. I mean, that's what life is all about, man. That's the meat and potatoes of life, brother.
Yeah, that's why I like country music, dude, or old country music, because it's
The
like, man, you sit
the only
there.
country that I'm really into now is like Sturgill Simpson. Would you consider Sturgill Simpson country music?
Yeah. You get dudes like him. I mean, to me, that old field right there. I mean, that has
Let me
the country feel to it.
Let me ask
Chris
chat this.
Stapleton was
What is country music these days, chat? Rodney likes to go back on the old school kind of vibe of country music. To me, I feel like I guess the only good country out there, authentic country, would be like a Ryan Bingham or
Stapleton.
or Chris Stapleton
Yeah, yeah.
or hell or Sturgill, man, or maybe I'm just not that
Well,
into the whole country scene, so I don't know.
and you get some of these guys like a Josh Turner or somebody like that, and Clay Walker,
Turn the lights down low.
that one right there, my brother.
Yeah,
That's the one right there. That's a never fail.
Hey, I
But-
heard BK and Bucky talk about Sue Patrick. Oh, Sue Patrick, maybe we want to do Bob Cole here.
Oh yeah. Sue Patrick, you can park right at the door. No need to go to a parking garage.
A little wild, man. It's a little wild this morning. Dude, it was a wild night last one. 5-1 on the scoreboard, lighting it up for the Rangers and the Astros here. Maybe a little too late to get it going, Rodney. What's up?
Nah, well, I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is right here with I posted it on the Twix last night. I'm like, look, if you're the Astros, you don't want them at home. I mean, put them on the road. I mean, that's where they seem to be. That's where they seem to be doing,
all the damage.
They do best, and Verlander was Verlander.
He looked great last night, man.
Dude,
he looked fantastic.
That was epic Verlander last night.
8 innings. That is exactly what you needed. Kept the bullpen a little bit fresh as possible. Rodney, and that's the thing too. Like, that's why it's so big of a deal for Baltimore or for Tampa Bay to win the division, because you get the 1 and 2 seeds get the rest. They don't have to go into their bullpen. They don't have to allow their starting rotation to be so devastated and drained on innings and just have their arms just hanging down off of them, man. They get a chance to rest and allow this the wild card series to actually happen so that they can rest some of their starters, man. 1 and 2, it's such a brutal position to have right now because you get that day of rest, or you get that week of rest, essentially.
Yeah, but kind of the counter to that, in my opinion, Wags, has always been where you get a team. You get a team that every series is a playoff series, trying to get into the playoffs, and you get them in there, and they don't want to be off, and And
I rather rest the arms instead of stay like fresh you're not really staying fresh, but staying like in rhythm and whatnot. To me, I think if you have the extra days off, you allow your pitchers to rest their arms, and that will get you a lot further going forward. Instead of just having natural rhythm at the plate and seeing the ball well. Of course, you're going to have a little bit of a reprieve, or a little bit of an off day if you come back from a 2-day break or whatnot. But I'd much rather have those arms rested, Rodney.
Yeah. Well, I was over the weekend, I was looking at something from our friend Julia Morales, that did some time here with Austin TV,
I know why you're watching her.
No. I'm watching her for the right reasons this time. And she's talking about she's talking about what could possibly happen right here for the Astros. I mean, they could end up going to Toronto. I mean, if you get into the wild card thing, I mean, you get through all of this. Seattle, you got to go to Arizona. Depending how all of this shit shakes out, you may go to Canada. I mean, to play in some sort of wild card situation right there. So this really is. And isn't it funny? We don't even talk about the NL.
Well, I mean, the NL, I feel like the NL only has like 2 sexy races, not too much going down. I mean, there's hell in the AL, man. I mean, you got the race for the West, the race for the East, and the race for the wild card, man. It just doesn't feel like it's that appealing in the National League for me. We'll touch on the National League for sure, but there's just so much more at stake. And well, at least for me, with skin in the game with the Orioles here, but there's just a lot more more stuff at stake for the American League. 5-1. Astros dominant over the Mariners last night in Seattle, but also you had Texas 5-1 dominant over Angels in Anaheim. Let's go into the Astros and Mariners first here, Rodney. Verlander giving you 8. We talked about that just a little bit ago. Dominant. This is kind of what you need. What did you like to see out of the start, out of Verlander, and also in Sullivan when the bullpen came in?
Oh man, I'll tell you, 8 innings and 8 strikeouts right there with JV. I mean, what does that tell you? He gives up 3 hits. I mean, that is classic Justin Verlander right there. I mean, that's what you want out of that guy. And the nice thing about it is, I think when you can take your starter and you can push him that far into the contest, and you're not going to the bullpen in the 4th or the 5th inning right there. And I think that's where the Astros have gotten in trouble, whether it be with Phil Maton or with Montero. I mean, these guys, or Urquidy. I mean, they just the deeper that the starter can go, right, it seems to be with
only bringing one reliever instead of 3 or 4.
Exactly. And I mean, in an ideal situation, I mean, you push this thing all the way out, and then you go to Ryan Presley, and it's like, boom, you're done.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't know what you're going to get with Presley anymore. That's the thing. Like, how inconsistent has Presley been?
I know he's starting to give me some of that Brad Lidge, lights out Lidge vibes a little bit, to where it's like, dude, you have been amazing, but dude, I don't know what I'm going to get from you. So as an Astros fan, I mean, that really concerns me. This was an ideal night for Houston. You scatter the hits out, in the offense. I mean, you go in and you look there. I mean, you didn't have anybody with, I mean, yes, Martin Maldonado had multiple hits. Jordan had multiple hits. I mean, and that's great, but everybody else throughout that great lineup. This was a great dusty lineup right here that he put together. They're scattering the hits out, and then you've got your ace that's going in, and he's going to take you 8 innings. I mean, that's Astros baseball, but that shit doesn't happen every night anymore. Right. And that's where the problem is.
How much do you feel like the Astros rely on the long ball instead of just playing the small ball, get them on, get them over, and get them in? Because I feel like that's one of the dynamics that Baltimore has, and they do well, is they can beat you in multiple assets on offense, right? You usually do get 2 or 3 home runs from the Orioles, but they usually have 2 or 3 steals as well from like Mateo or Frazier getting on base.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really the key right there. And that's what the Astros have done really well in this run, is that they play small ball extremely well. I mean, extremely well. And I've had several, different great baseball minds that tell me, home runs are great, and all of that. I mean, obviously that's kind of the easy way. That's the easy way. But when you play the small ball and you're moving the bases around and you're stealing bases, you're putting pressure on the pitcher, and you're allowing a guy to come up and, a single, a double. I mean, whatever the case is right there, you scatter these guys around, and that totally keeps the defense off balance. And that gets to the pitcher's mindset. And then here comes the bullpen.
Now, to me, that's more taxing on a pitcher's mentality, right?
Exactly.
Or it's like if you start getting just the singles and the doubles, and then get them over, and now you're running, and now you're starting to trickle them in. Of course, you see the grand slam, and that's just deflating, right?
Yeah.
That takes all the air out of you. But when you're just getting nickel and dime to death, you're like, how do we stop this bleeding here, man? Usually, when you see the home run go out, you have a little bit of reprieve because you're just like, all right. Now there's no ducks on the pond, so to speak. We can work fresh and kind of get this thing out. But when you're just nickel and diming and trickling away on the base paths, man, you never have that fresh psyche of seeing an open base path. And you're always just like, man, this guy's coming right around the bend to get in. So, yeah, for me, like when I was a catcher, I hated seeing everybody just nickel and dime and going around. I'd much rather see the ball leave the yard.
That's right. One of the best baseball minds that I've ever gotten to meet here in Central Texas was Mike Rogers. He was a longtime coach there at Lake Travis High School. Coached many years there. Took him to many times, to the state playoffs, and took him to a state championship game that I got to call at Dell Diamond. And the one thing that he would always talk about, what's that?
How about that? State championship at Dell?
Dude, that was cool. Yeah, I've gotten to do a state championship at Dell, and I've gotten to do a football championship at AT&T. So yeah, I'm kind of lucky bastard on that stuff. But the one thing that Mike Rogers would talk to me about, it's like, look, if my pitcher's up on ace, I don't care if it's a guy that's third in the rotation, the bases are empty, and some guy comes and jacks one over the green monster that we used to call it at Lake Travis, jacks it over the green monster. That's fine. He can shake that off. He can shake that off. But when you have folks that are sitting on the base pads and you start hitting these little Texas leaguers out into the, middle infield and doing all this different stuff, and you're moving guys around the bases like you're talking about, Wags, he's like, that totally destroys the mindset of a pitcher, totally destroys the confidence of a pitcher. And eventually you're going to get so many people on those base pads, and then you're going to give up a bunny, and it's going out of the yard, and then you're done.
Castillo looked pretty good last night too. Only 6 frames, but still 8 strikeouts, rivaling Justin Verlander, but just not enough for the M's. They didn't have any offense there to go up against JV's dominance. Only 1 run there. How about this? 9 hits. 9 hits for your Astros there, Rodney. That's what we were talking about with small ball. Get them on, get them over, and get them in. Because Alvarez and Tucker won't be sure. They went yard last night, but you're not going to have all the bats, whipping up the crazy lumber and having the ball leave the yard every night, though. You got to be able to win in multiple facets, and the Astros did that last night. Let's talk a little bit about the Rangers here. The Rangers keep pace to the good. They're still out in front with the West. What do they need to do, Rodney, to drive this thing home? Magic number is 3, amigo. No. Magic number is 3 for the Rangers. Do you think they can hold on here?
I'll tell you what, if you're Texas, a lot of us had buried Texas, a while back, but man, they've come back. Some people are
still burying Texas, Rodney. Some people think that Texas won't be able to hold on.
Well, I think right now the whole thing we're talking about is momentum. And the good thing is, Texas is just going to keep playing baseball right now. And it's going to be interesting. The best part of it is it's going to come down to the end right here. It's going to be Texas and Seattle, to end this entire season. So imagine the impact of what that's going to have, for the Rangers and the Mariners. And like I said the other day, and for the Astros, you're thinking, okay, you look at this and it's like, okay, we in with Arizona, but hell, they're in a fight for a playoff berth in the NL. Yeah. So now that suddenly changes right there. But if you're the Rangers, you just keep playing solid baseball, because that's what they're doing, dude.
John Gray looked great last night, man.
They look great.
I think he had 7 strikeouts, no walks. Didn't put anybody on the base paths freely. 6 innings pitched there, allowing up 5 hits. But still, Texas came out cooking. They were sailing, man. Get that 5-1 victory there over the Halos, and now you look good. You're looking set up, man. 2 more or 3 more wins to seal this thing, and 2 of them can come here against Anaheim, Bo.
Yeah, that's a whole thing. If you're the Rangers, this sets up ideal for you. You do. If you're a Rangers fan, you should feel really good, because the Rangers seem to be able to do what the Astros can't do. You're playing Anaheim right here. Shohei isn't out there. Mike Trout is done for the year. They're all done. The Anaheim's done. Anaheim has kind of cashed this in, unless they catch fire like the Cardinals did the other day. But this is where Texas can go in. We talked about the Astros need to beat the Royals, need to beat the A's, and they couldn't do it. This is the Rangers right here. The Rangers seem primed to take care of this. Rangers are going to win the AL West.
We'll see. I don't know if I'm buying that yet, right?
Really? Okay.
They had 4 home runs last night out of their 5 totals. So to me, they still rely a little bit, or at least last night, they were relying a little bit on the long ball. I'd still like to see, like we just talked about, dynamic offenses and everything. I loved what I saw out of Gray. I really like being able to have your pitcher go at least 6 innings. Hell, it's the past 2 weeks, I feel like we haven't seen pitchers go past 5. Yeah. So it's been tough. You've seen a lot of work getting on all these bullpens here. It's been great to see a lot of fresh starts and seeing depth go out of the rotation, instead of having to be rescued from shallow waters there in the early 5th inning or 5th frame here. Yeah, Texas looked good. So did Astros. It's going to be a great matchup again coming up tonight. Orioles back in action. So, hey, the race is back on here between the AL East as well, man.
So are you comfortable with that? What is it, 2.5 games right now, I guess?
I'm not comfortable at all. Yeah, so the Orioles still need the magic numbers 3 for the Orioles to take up the AL East. I will not be comfortable until this whole damn thing is over with, Rodney. The Rays are just so good, man. They can beat you, with their arms. And, of course, they have the lumber to go at it as well. How about some superlatives, though, for your Texas Rangers out there, guys? I think they led the league in team average as well. I'll have to pull all these stats up there after Rodney does his covert read and whatnot. But, some superlative. I think they got team average and team fielding. I'll have to confirm on that. But a good scoreboard tonight. Orioles back in action against the Nationals with that inner Beltway rivalry there. Blue Jays can still keep pace for this wild card here, going up against the Yankees, and then the Rays battle the Red Sox here to round out the AL East. And then in your West there, you got the Athletics trying to put a little bit of a struggle up against the Twins. I don't think that's going to be that big of a battle there. But yeah, the main marquee matchups tonight, Astros versus Mariners here for this this American League West bout, and then also Texas Rangers and your Anaheim Halos here. Let's get into some Monday Night Football, my guy. But first, you want to talk about Covert?
Yeah, let's talk about Covert. And you heard, how about us, Wags? We have arrived.
I got to let my dog in real quick. I'll be right back.
It's all good. It's all good. We get to follow Ricky Williams because Ricky Williams will be out at Covert on Friday, November the 3rd for the meet and greet and the lunch and all of that, from Smoky Mo's and Verde's. All of that's going to be happening. That's a little ways down the road. Is that schedule starting to going to be away from DKR a little bit for the Texas Longhorns, but we always talk about Covert BK. What a great spot out there. It's just a beautiful place to go out and take a look at beautiful Bee Caves, Texas. So many great, beautiful views that you get driving out there, but it's out in the hill country. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships carrying 7 different brands of those Covert OEMs that I like to talk about. I always say that, man. I fall back into racing terms. Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And, of course, if you want to head my way and avoid the hail, go down Highway 79 over on the east side. Take a nice little trip out there. You'll see Covert Ford, Covert Chevrolet out on Highway 79, Hop 'em Hippos, and Covert Ford Lincoln in Austin. That's one of the benchmark dealerships right there over here in the Austin area. The Covert family, they've been selling new and pre-owned vehicles to families all around Central Texas since 1909. It's one of those things where we talk about so many things change in the Austin area, but the one name that has been synonymous in automobile dealerships around these parts that long is the Covert family and Covert BK. We'd love for you to go check them out. You can contact them and they can handle all of your service, your stuff, your regular maintenance, your dealer maintenance, all of that. Doesn't matter the maker model, 86 service bays. They're going to take care of that for you out there. CovertBK.com. You can dive on there and check out their weekly specials. Weekly specials. You're not going to have a random Flag Day special. You're not going to have a random, I don't know, make up the holiday special. They do that every week, man. Every week, Covert BK with those specials. Or if you don't want to get online, if you're like Bucky Godbolt and struggle with a keyboard, just fucking go there. Just stop over there and say hi to Dan Covert and all the great folks right there. But CovertBK.com, the easiest way to do it. Since 1909, the Covert family of dealerships, they do it right. And remember, you got to remember this, and I'm going to ring the bell. Nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell, not ever.
No, they don't. Does Bucky really struggle with the keyboard?
He says he does. He says it's hard.
I think that's all for show, amigo. I think Bucky's got us all wrapped around his finger. I think he's pulling strings left and right, and no one has any idea of just how smart Bucky really is with these computers.
Bucky's probably like Ricky was talking about being a coder and all this. Bucky probably does that and understands all the analytics and all these different things that you talk about, Wags. I guarantee you.
Ricky does look like it. Ricky is a savant. Ricky feels like can do anything to me. Like he's just one of those people that you set him down in front of something and he can just figure it out. Coding's tough, dude. Especially there's multiple languages that you can do with coding. So I was very surprised when I heard that this morning. I don't even know. Surprised, but also I'm not surprised because Ricky strikes me as some dude that can just figure anything out. So
I don't even know what coding is. I have no idea what that is.
We're not going to talk about coding on this show because we will lose a lot of viewers if we talk about coding. But yeah, man, it's for software stuff.
Here's coding to me. Man. Here's coding to me, dude. I'm going to go out and I'm going to paint the house and I'm going to put one coat here and then I'm going to put another coat. That's coding.
You're not even spelling it correctly.
Oh,
we're talking about codes.
Oh.
Codes. You're talking about coats of paint. Ben Winter coats of paint.
Well,
is what you're talking about.
I've had girlfriends in the past, not now since I've been married, but in the past that they would we had secret codes, and it's like, okay, when you get this, that's the code for this.
That is not what I am talking
Is
about.
that not
Rob.
coding? What you're
No,
talking
that's
about?
a different type of code. But all codes are deadly and all codes are sexy, man. And they all work as long as you have them written out and well. That's for sure. Let's talk about Monday night. Let's get into these 2 Monday night bouts that we had last night. Kind of lacked their luster, were they not?
Pretty much. I mean, I do like the Bengals uniforms. I like that
The
white.
whites, the icy whites, if you
Dude,
want to
that-
call them. Can they call them icy whites?
I hope
Since
so.
since the Longhorns call them icy whites. By the way, I like stormtroopers instead of icy whites.
Stormtrooper. Yeah,
The
it's
stormtrooper
like,
uniforms.
yeah. When I've always done Westwood games, it's the same gimmick, and I'm like stormtrooper whites. But yeah, man. Yeah, the Bengals
Which
win.
game you want to talk about first? You want to talk about the Eagles and Buccaneers, or do you want to talk about the Rams and
let's go to Bengals
and the
Rams.
Bengals here?
Yeah, let's go to the Bengals Rams. I mean, because that seemed to be the one that was a better game, I guess. I mean,
I had fantasy exposure in both of them, so I needed Puka Nakua. Am I pronouncing that damn thing right? I needed Puka Nakua to not have a game, and he sure as hell did not have a game except for that last drive. And I was away. I was 1 point away from losing this entire thing for Scott Fish. It's the Scott Fish Fantasy Bowl, right? Now, this is the biggest fantasy tournament in all of the land. It is the League of Leagues, Rodney. I'm going up against people that are in the NFL. I'm going up against porn stars. Yep.
What?
Lisa Ann's in my division. Oh, trying to get her on the show too, buddy.
Oh my God.
You know it, man. That's all I'm here for, man. Anyways,
dude.
That's
going to have to be all of us in studio.
Stalwarts in this league, dude, that I'm trying to actually beat and win out and be the champion of all champions. If this happens, dude, Wagner wire stock all the way up.
Dude.
I am ranked number one in my league, and then out of all the other leagues, I'm 49th overall.
What's the buy-in for that? I'm just curious.
No buy-in. Everything, and that's the awesome thing too. Everything goes to charity as well. So if you want to donate, you can. That's fantastic, but you are not required to donate a penny.
How does one get into one of these leagues?
You have to be invited.
Okay.
You have to be a fantasy guru or lead the show like the Wagner Wire. But anyways,
I have a lot of fantasies. I mean, does that count?
I have a lot of fantasies too, man. I just don't know if they account for what you got going on. But Nakua, man, 5 receptions last night, 72 yards, had to keep him out of the end zone, and he did get out of the end zone. I thought Stafford was looking for him the entire drive, but when he finally was able to hit Atwell, a little bit of relief in me, Rodney, and I was able to scathe free by 1 point, man. 1.2, as a matter of fact, was the actual point of me winning. So
wow, that's
big time, man. But also I lost in my other 3 leagues for Dynasty, but I won in my 2 traditional leagues. So
yeah, no, that's awesome.
All over the place.
I gotta tell you, there with the Bengals, I mean, the question there about Burrow. I mean, what's the status of him? I mean, 26
he doesn't
to
look
49.
healthy, Rodney.
No, he doesn't. 259 yards right there for him. But when you're throwing to Jamar Chase,
do you want him dropping back 50 times?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I honestly thought that he might sit in this game. I mean, I thought that you may not see him in this game, but when you got Jamar Chase that can take in 12 for 141 yards, you target him 15 different times. I mean, that's a good crutch. I mean, that's a good crutch. And, as long as they can take care of him and a lot of this is with Joe Cool right here. He don't want to be out of the game. I mean, this dude's a baller. I mean, this dude's
a massive contract too, Rodney. He don't want that lingering over him or people saying like, oh, well, Joe just got his bag. Joe Cool is now Joe Money, man. So yeah, no, I'm with you, dude. He don't want he's an alpha, dude. He wants to come out there, show out, get his guys getting ready to get back to championship form. But Rodney, it's gonna be tough to do that without a running game, man. And I don't think the Bengals realized how much that they were gonna miss Piron. Like Piron used to be able to spell Mixon very well, and he would be a threat inside the goal line or inside the red zone as well. You'd see that little dump off pass to Piron there, or Piron would get those hard 10 yards or 15 yards, and then the Bengals would find themselves in the pay dirt. You're not seeing that right now. You're not seeing them get the tough yardage there. You're seeing them wow it up throughout the inside the 20s from 120 to the other 20. They can carve up and get the yardage, but they're not being able to finish drives and put it into the end zone. And I thought that's what Piron brought to that squad.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, because you look at the line last night for Cincinnati, as I like to say. I mean, you give it to Mixon 19 times for 65 yards. I mean, he's spelled by
And he looked
Trayvon
good in the
Williams.
fourth quarter, Rodney.
One
I wish
carry.
you would have got him going a little bit more in the first or second quarter. That would have helped out Burrow. Instead of dropping Burrow back 49 times, man, that is not what you want for your franchise quarterback, especially coming off an injury.
Yeah. When you got a franchise quarterback that's kind of being held together there with duct tape and baling wire at this point, I mean, you certainly don't want to be doing that. And that really is the whole thing. That's the massive difference right there. Because I mean, I saw P. Ryan making plays on Sunday, and he was making plays that he would have made for Cincinnati. Now doing it for where is he with the Red or the Commanders? Where is it?
No, he's not with the Commanders.
Who
It's crazy because I got him on my fantasy team too.
Damn it, I can't remember where I saw him. But I saw him making plays, spelling folks coming in making plays, and that's what he did for Cincinnati last year. And that's something that you really need right now when you're trying to keep your quarterback healthy and putting him in those situations. But seriously, when you're dropping him back 50 times, man, that you got to know it every time, whether you're a coach, whether you're a fan of the Bungles or whatever you are, every time he drops back, it's like, holy smoke. Denver. Well,
yeah. Yeah.
Well,
sorry, P. Ryan.
He was making plays. He was making plays.
He was the only one making plays. Might have been one of the only ones making plays for Denver. But yeah, it was bad. He only put up like 5 points in fantasy this past week. But yeah, Denver just hit a wall of fish. Essentially, they are out. They're still swimming with the fish. As a matter of fact, I think Miami's still scoring.
Probably.
I think they are still running wild all over the Broncos, man. Instead of the Broncos out there running. Yeah. Burrow can't be dropping back 59 or 50 times, Rodney. And of course, on the other side of that, you usually see Matt Stafford dropping back around, 45 to 50 times, but he only dropped back about 33 times. But I mean, Tutu Atwell, excuse me, my goodness, have a day in the fourth quarter there, coming to life. 4 receptions for 50 yards. Most of that coming, like I just said, in the fourth quarter there at 12.5 per clip, getting into the end zone one time there. But yeah, the night belonged, and to me, it was Puka Nacua, because I was trying to figure out how we were going to, or not just me, but how the Bengals were going to be able to keep this dude out of the end zone so that I would be able to win my because it's all about me. It's all about my narcissistic self in fantasy football.
It always is.
So I joke,
everything is.
Anybody that knows me, I'm not a narcissist. Anyway, had to keep Nacua out of the end zone, and we did that. The Wagner Wire on to victory here, still undefeated in Scott Fish Bowl.
Yep. And when you look at the Rams, I mean, you want to talk about, one dimensional. I mean, the Rams
looks bad.
No running game at 71 yards. Come on, man. I mean, they used, 3 different guys, I guess.
Yeah, Atwell. Of course, I think Atwell is one of the fastest on the field, but still, Atwell is your wide receiver. He should not be the one getting most of your rushing yards out of the backfield there. You got to be a little bit traditional here, McVay, and get some type of rushing attack to complement your offensive passing attack.
Exactly. And that's, where we've talked about so many times, since Chaos Theory started here on TSU. We go back to the Texas thing to where it's like, yeah, you got the workhorse, you got the bell cow, but then, okay, bloop, let's pop this guy in. Bloop, let's pop this guy in. If your main dog is having a bad day, let's let this guy be the bell cow. And that's, I mean, both of these teams, the obvious problem right there is that they can't pound the rock. And again, there's a running back issue in the NFL, apparently.
Seems like that. Seems like that.
Yeah.
Might want to pay these guys or at least, give them some money to keep them healthy or whatnot. Yeah. Because I agree, investing all your money into bell cow running backs is probably not the best thing for you to do if you're an owner, because of how frequently they go down and get hurt. The injury bug seems to be biting every running back in the ass, that's for sure. This was probably the better game of the matchups between the Monday Night Football teams here. 16 points is all that the Rams could muster here, but the Bengals able to sneak out and get that 19-point stanza for them to allow the victory here. So, Rodney, it was kind of not really going to light it up throughout the lights. Not going to light the lights up of Monday Night Football here, but still, the Bengals able to get their first win of the year, squeaking by the Los Angeles Rams 19-16. And then the other Monday night contest last night, the Philadelphia Eagles remain undefeated, 25-11, the victory over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, handing them their first loss of the season, which we thought they would be in the 0-3 caliber going, or at least I thought they would be in the 0-3 caliber going forward here with Baker Mayfield. But Baker kind of looks like he's finding a lot of success and a lot of rhythm with Mike Evans. Mike Evans again finding the end zone last night. I was reluctant to take Mike Evans. I think I have him 64% ownership in my fantasy football leagues for Mike Evans here. I was very reluctant to take him. I knew that he would be a threat in the red zone here. I just didn't know the chemistry and I guess the type of connection that Baker would have with this guy. But you've seen that Baker is always able to find big targets inside the red zone, and that's what he's doing with Mike Evans, man. He's taken what the defense allows him to have, and he's playing it to his best potential right now.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, you like him or not, I mean, you have to. I mean,
he's a winner. He finds a way to win. I mean, I can't really stand the guy's ego, but there's just something that makes me respect him that he wins.
He's a grinder. I mean, no matter how he does it. And I mean, what I like what he's doing right here. I know they lost. I mean, I know they lost their first game, but the whole thing is right there with that. If you really look at the stat line right there, what Baker's doing a good job of doing, what you're talking about right there, Wags, is having that continuity with Mike Evans, and I'm glad to see Mike Evans being productive that way again. But I mean, he peppers over to Godwin, and he's got White in the mix right there as well. I mean, it was. I think you had 5 for Evans and 3 for Godwin and White. I mean, you're finding different alternatives right there. And again, you can't discount the ability of Baker Mayfield. May have some flaws, and he's lacking in some areas, but he's a fucking good leader.
I don't know if he's the quarterback that's going to win you the Super Bowl, right? He might win you some games, and he's Mr. Right. You hear this a lot. He's Mr. Right now, not Mr. Right. You know what I mean? Like clearly they have a succession problem in the quarterback room for Tampa Bay. I think Kyle Trask had a huge arm coming out of Florida when he was a Gator, but we still haven't been able to see what he's been able to do in the NFL because he's been sitting behind Tom Brady. And then, of course, you're going to have a knee-jerk reaction when Tom Brady exits stage right. You're going to want to bring in some type of a veteran presence. That just happened to be Baker Mayfield. Now, look, you hear this serviceable, all the time, man. He's a game manager, bro. He's a game manager. You know what I mean? He can get you in situations to allow your team to win the game, but he's not going to sit there and throw 350 yards to the air or 400 yards to the air with 4 touchdowns and maybe 1 interception. That's just not Baker's style, right? He's going to give you a lot of ball distribution. He's going to hit you between the hashes, and he's going to usually have around 200 to 250 yards and then maybe 3 touchdowns if he gets some yak after it, right? He's not going to give you the deep threat that a lot of these other quarterbacks with huge arms do, stretching it vertically, man. He's going to allow his boys to get into space and win the one-on-ones, and that's what Baker does. He takes the efficient football, and he gives what the defense gives. He allows and takes what the defense gives him.
And I've never, for the life of me, in the recent years, not been able to figure out when you call a quarterback a game manager. A lot of times when you do that, you call him a game manager, and it's like you're insulting him. It's like you suck. You suck. You're a game manager. But you know what a game manager does? It manages the game, and I mean, it didn't happen last night.
No, but you're playing the Philadelphia Eagles, Rodney.
Well, yeah, and Dallas Cowboy fans, painfully obvious right here that you are not going to be able to beat Philadelphia because they're going to grind this football down your throat with people like DeVondre Swift and a quarterback that is one of the best in the NFL. But when you go back to that game manager argument, what's wrong with being a game manager? I mean, you only have certain Patrick Mahomes. You only have, Joe Burrow last night, honestly, Wags, to me, Joe Burrow looked like a fucking game manager because, he's hampered. I mean, Joe Flacco took a team to the Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl.
Hey, Joe Flacco, I don't know if you guys can hear my Baltimore accent coming out of me, but Joe Flacco throws a deep out better than anybody out there, and he still lives with his mother there, hon. Or is it hon?
Yeah.
I can't get the Baltimore accent to come out, but you're right, man. Joe Flacco. Talk about Joe Flacco.
game manager. That's what he is. I mean, you don't have to be, and especially these days, Wags, with the NFL is a hell of a lot different than it used to be. I mean, with a Roger Staubach and Ken Stabler and all these different things. I mean, you don't have that anymore with these spread offenses and all this shit. With college football moving itself into the NFL, I mean, if you get somebody that just manages a game, doesn't make mistakes, I mean, that's a huge thing right there. To me, a good game manager, a quarterback as a game manager, is a guy that don't fuck up, and that's all you can ask for.
Yep.
Right? I mean, that's really, to me. I mean, I look in my Rodney Rodriguez double R glossary or dictionary where it says game manager as a quarterback. Number one, don't fuck up, and that's going to keep you in the game. That's going to keep you in the game.
I'm with you, amigo. Hey, so 25-11 was the outcome here. Philadelphia remains undefeated. Jalen Hurts looks great, firing fantastic balls over the middle of the field late when usually you're not. That's an ill-advised throw to make, but he was able to stand tall and connect, dude. Brown having one hell of a game last night as well, dude. The Eagles look fantastic. Swift showing up, looking like the running back that he used to be back in Detroit.
Yeah.
Philly looks tough, man. Philly looks dangerous, and I am glad that the Giants are at the bottom of a barrel where I don't have to issue any type of emotional lottery or emotional concern with them. I'm done. I'm done with the Giants. I'm tapped out. Let the Eagles run away with this thing. If you're a Cowboys fan, I feel sorry for you too, because you're going to be in my boat in just a couple of weeks, man, where you're just looking up and seeing the Eagles do nothing but just dominate. All right, let's move into the collegiate front here. We have a big game coming up here, Rodney. The Longhorns seem to be undefeated, and they're taking on an undefeated contestant as well. Kansas Jayhawks come into the 40 acres with a 4-0 record, and some people know how to run the rock here. Let's talk about it. Break down this matchup for me, Mr. Rodriguez. What are you liking so far that jumps off the page just at looking at skimming the surface of this breakdown of these two teams?
Top 25 matchup, dude. I mean, how great is that? I mean, here you go. Kansas comes in, I think 24. I mean, they're coming in. I mean, you got Devin Neal running the ball. I mean, he was good last year, and he's been at 394 yards this year. You got a very good quarterback there with Jalen Daniels that can also run the ball. And this is where this is going to be a really good test for the Texas defense. I mean, we saw them do really good things against Alabama. But, I mean, I may be going out on a limb right here, Wags, but I think this is going to maybe be a bigger test because for Texas coming off of the Alabama win, yeah, you had the pancake win this past week, the game that you should win. But, I mean, this Kansas team is coming in here, and they're loaded. Yeah. And this is, to me, this is more of a trap game than what Baylor. I know a lot of people were talking about that Baylor was going to be a trap game, or Wyoming, but this is a really good opponent. Wyoming was a really good opponent, but this is a quality Big 12 opponent that's coming in here. And here's the thing about it. Kansas with the whole Big 12 exit with Texas and Oklahoma, Kansas comes in, they remember the last time they came here. They remember what they did.
Sure.
Imagine
remember the last time they came here.
Imagine if they do it now. Imagine if they do it now.
They have the team that could put up a fight and take the Longhorns down. That's for sure. They come in running over 200 yards per game, and that's a lot of that's done by Neal. Neal's 57 carries on the campaign so far, and just under 400 yards, 394 yards on the ground for this young man right now with 5 touchdowns. He is definitely a threat, but also Daniels gets back there and he carves them up as well. 5 touchdowns to 1 interception on that ratio, 705 yards through the air with 5 touchdowns. Like I just mentioned, this is an offense that knows how to score, and a lot of it is done on the ground, Rodney. It's going to be a great matchup going up against this Texas defense that has been held up their end of the bargain and played championship caliber defense moving forward over these past 4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, they really have. And when you look at this Kansas offense, I mean, you can talk about Neal, but then you got Daniel Hishaw as well. Yeah. I mean, he's got 235 yards, but if you really dig into the stats of this, Hishaw's average carry is greater. I mean, it's 7.1.
He's the
Yeah.
explosive guy, right? He's the home run
Right.
hitter that you're going to see. Neal's just going to carve you up and grind you inside the
That's it.
tackles here, but he's also got that explosive playmaking ability that can take it for the long one as well. Yeah, Rock Chalk, man. Rock Chalk looks pretty damn tough, which is surprising. Like, everybody's saying that it's a trap game. I don't know if it can be a trap game when you've got Kansas coming this strong. You know what I mean? Of course, and sure, every game's probably going to be a trap game after Alabama. I get that, except for like Oklahoma. You're going to get up for Oklahoma, but you better get up for these Jayhawks, man, because they're definitely getting up for you.
Yeah, this is the real deal right here. And I mean, how about the turnaround with the Kansas program? I mean, you know, for so many years, you know, the laughing stock of college football. I mean, for so long, and then I mean, to see these guys, I mean, they're averaging almost 38 points a game. And I mean, you can talk about opponents and talk about all the different whatever, but I mean, this is a team that's loaded. They've got a defense that this is, I mean, I think here's Texas's opportunity. Come on out here, establish a running game again. Sure, they're probably going to throw on first down. It's going to be a swing pass or a screen on first down, but you know, go back and test this defense. Go right at this defense. I mean, I think that's what you do. You go in with the same game plan that you had against Baylor, Wags. Go in there, test, and then just gouge. But this team is not going to lay down like Baylor did. So you've got to be up to play this contest.
No, this is a different type of opponent. This opponent comes in averaging 463 yards of total offense, Rodney. I mean, Leipold had what, 10 start. Let me get my book here. Hold on. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Yeah, 10 starters on offense returning, and then 7 returners on defense as well. So Leipold has a really good squad coming back here for the Kansas Jayhawks, and it's showing on paper too, man. In their last 5 opponents, they've done. I mean, putting up points is what I like to say here. 48 points, 34 points, 31 points, and then 38 points. So this is a potent offense. They know how to score. They don't do too well at keeping people out of the end zone on themselves there, Rodney. So that's why I think, you know, the Longhorns are obviously going to dominate this game. What the line right now is I think 14, 17. Line right now is 17. That's probably going to grow just a little bit. I do have a little bit of concern and caution because of how big the line is so far. I think this Kansas Jayhawk team is a little bit better than what the line indicates. You know, however, I think the Longhorns will be able to get them where they need to. They're very vulnerable on defense, even though they return 7 starters on defense. They put up a lot of points and they yield a lot of yards, and I think the Longhorns can expose that.
Yeah, I think the favorable matchup there that you were just talking about is going to be, you know, with the Texas offense. I mean, to come out and again establish a running game, which is going to again open up the passing game and all that. You use JT Sanders, and I just hope that we're going to see, like we were listening yesterday. You know, you can go back and listen to all the podcasts, but you go back and listening to Sark after the game. You know, on Saturday, he's talking about all the different names that were a part of this, and I think this is another opportunity right here where you can totally keep this Kansas defense, which is susceptible to giving up yards. This is where you can go and give them different looks, but have your workhorse of Jonathan Brooks, and then add CJ Baxter and maybe some blue and do these different things. But here's I know we didn't make a big thing about it yesterday, but this is a ball game because, like we talk about Kansas coming in here primed and ready to play, Wags. This is where you got to clean up the special teams. Not a big deal when you're winning games 38-6, but if you get into a tighter contest like this at home, it's going to be hot. It's an 11 o'clock contest, so you get into one of these things. This is where you can't muff punts. You can't do that stuff because this team will take advantage of that where Baylor couldn't.
Oh, 100%. Like we already talked about, man. We know how they can carve it up through the air. For their defense, though, their defense does do very well at at not allowing yards on the ground there. So they play pretty stout defense on the ground. Where you can get them and carve them up, though, is through the air. We've seen that over the past 3 weeks, or the past 4 weeks, rather, that you can actually, that the Kansas Jayhawks secondary is a little bit vulnerable there. I think you can carve them up and get them that way. Look, we talked about we heard from Sark yesterday on JT Sanders and getting him involved early. That's going to have to set the tone. That's no surprise here, right? Get your X factor, get him dominating early, get him out there to a quick start, and then allow everything else to open up off of that, right? I'd still like to see at least 20 carries from Jonathan Brooks, and then maybe spell him a little bit out with some Baxter and some Blue there. But to me, having Brooks with a 20-game carry, 25 carries, I think that establishes dominance there, and it also keeps this high potent rushing attack of the Kansas Jayhawks off the field as well, man. We talked about winning the line of scrimmage or winning the time of possession in the clock against Wyoming. You're going to have to do this against Kansas because you're not going to want this Kansas offense on the field.
That's the point. And what's really impressive that I mean doesn't really jump off the charts to me when I'm kind of looking at this Kansas club is that you look at them and what they are really good at is third down efficiency.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the Texas, 26 of 43 on third down. I mean that's pretty damn good right there. I don't know the actual down and distance right there, but I think what Kansas does extremely well on the offensive side is what we talk about is getting ahead of the chains. I would much rather be in 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 3 than being in 3rd and 7 or 8 or 9. And then that really seems to do what they do well, but they they pound the football. And that tends to put you in a better third down situation. So, the Texas defense, I mean, up for the task. We were talking about the LBs yesterday. I mean, that second level right there. I mean, you've got the guys that are the hog mollies up on the front on the defensive side, but those linebackers, dude, they are just, I love what you said yesterday. The best thing, not the best thing, but one of the coolest things you said yesterday is when you're not relying on the secondary to come forward to make tackles.
Yeah.
To make tackles. That tells you what the linebacking group is doing and the front is doing. And that's going to be essential when you have a running attack like this that is coming into Austin this week.
So what I think is going to be essential is what you saw out of Hill against Milroe, right? Like Absolutely. You're going to have to put a spy on Daniels here. You know that he's going to be able to get out here and beat you with his legs and extend plays here to allow his aerial assault to come through. But to me, you got to be able to shut him down and make him one-dimensional, allow him to beat you through the air like you forced Milroe to do, and then just allow that rushing attack, that rushing dimension to happen from Neal and not Daniels. Because if Daniels can get out there and scramble with his legs, now you have two types of offensive prowess that you have to shut down and stop from Kansas. Yeah. Because once they get going, man, we've already talked about it, they can get over the 200 mark in terms of per clip or not per clip, but per game. You got to stop that, man. You got to you got to absolutely plug those holes. I'm assuming PK is going to dial up a little bit more blitz schemes here instead of just playing the base line and maybe blitzing Hill on a C blitz or a delayed edge blitz or around the D gap. But to me, man, I don't think you'll be able to play the base 4 like you've been seeing over the past couple of weeks. I think you're going to have to dial it up and get busy and then get after this rushing attack because, with only a 4 down line playing gap responsibility in this offensive attack here from the Jayhawks, it's gonna be pretty nasty to me, man. I think you're gonna have to dial up some schemes. Maybe do a dual A blitz. Fire it up. Up the gap there and clog everything up. Collins is gonna have to have a big game. Collins and Sweat, you're gonna have to clog these holes up, man, because the defense, the linebackers are gonna be relying on you to scrape and make clean tackles here, dude. Because Neal is one hell of a running back, man. Almost 400 yards on the year. You got to be able to contain that. You got to be able to keep him in the backfield, Rodney.
Yeah, force them to throw.
We haven't even talked about the receivers yet.
No, yeah. Force them to throw. I mean, Daniel's been sacked 5 times.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you they don't want to throw the ball. I mean, and honestly, looking at all, they don't have to.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They don't have to throw the ball.
They don't have to. So, I mean, and I think it's pretty clear. But you never know. I mean, you never know. I anticipate that Kansas comes in and they're going to sit there and tell Texas, okay, you stop the run. You stop the run. We're going to stuff Devin Neal down your throat. You stop the run, and then we'll attempt to do shit downfield. And I would assume that's the game plan. I could be wrong, but the good thing about this is this Texas defense is really good against the run.
You're going to get a lot. You're going to get a heavy dose of Neal. That's
strength
for sure,
against
man.
strength. Yeah.
But what you just said right there, strength against strength here. That's the thing. And on paper, man, these two teams kind of, they reflect each other. Texas looks good on defense, just like Kansas looks good, but you guys got to remember, consider the opposition. The one thing that I will say is that Texas has played obviously a stronger schedule, in my opinion, and I think it's gonna show out on the gridiron on Saturday here. The Alphas are obviously going to alpha, but if Quinn can continue to play an efficient game and stay clean, and just like you said, like we talked about, manage a game, you know what I mean? Manage a game. The Longhorns will come out victorious here. Most of the national pundits think it's going to happen anyways. Over 90% of the country are on the side of the Longhorns here, drinking that burnt orange Kool-Aid to be victorious on Saturday over the Kansas Jayhawks. We'll break down this game a lot more going into tomorrow and as the week progresses here. Still trying to get a guest on for the Kansas Jayhawks squad here, or whoever covers Rock Chalk here, trying to get them on to break down a little bit of this team in depth for us, for the opposition side, because we give you a lot of the burnt orange side. We drink a lot of that Kool-Aid orange here. We just want to give you a taste of something else too, so that we're not just all shiny, happy people. Burnt orange Longhorn radio is what I'd like to say. All right.
Well, yeah.
Did you see? So a couple of days ago, there was this Instagram model on a plane. Have you seen her? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, the one that got thrown out.
Yeah, she got thrown off. She got thrown off the plane, right? But she said she like called people bums. Look me up. I'm Instagram famous or whatever.
I saw that. Yeah.
She just got a deal. She got an offer, Rodney.
From who? Texas Sports Unfiltered?
No, Cam. Are you familiar with this place? A company called Cam Soda or Soda Cam?
No. What is that?
We're gonna have to look this up when you get off, because you'll be too distracted, dude. You can't do it right now.
Okay.
So it's called Cam Soda, and basically it's porn. You know what I mean? It's
okay.
It's
I like it already.
Yeah, you can be a bitch, you can be an asshole, and you can do whatever you want and treat people however you want. As long as you're pretty, you're gonna get some type of contract, or somebody's gonna want to see you earn that money somehow, amigo. You know what I mean? But yeah, this to me, I heard Trey and BK break down like her attributes.
Yeah.
She is nothing but plastic. I mean, I'd probably put something on her back for sure. I'd put a spot on her back, but I mean, other than that, dude, like I would not want to talk to her. She just looks like she looks like good trash. You know what I mean? She looks like really good trash. Of course, this is coming from somebody that's wearing glasses and a chopped up Longhorn sweatshirt here. But my God, man, I just wouldn't bring her home to mom. But the fact that she was being able to go out there and act the way that she acted, and then within 2 days, someone reaches out, Cam Soda reaches out and says, "Hey, would you like to come work for us and provide some content? We think that we can make you millions. What do you think about that?" She's not just going to be Instagram famous anymore. She's going to be on the hub.
Dude, let me tell you, I mean, it's so easy to be famous these days.
Is it? Because is that all I got to do is just show my boobs?
I think so. I mean, it's like Brad Paisley had a country song. There it is. Something about being a celebrity. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like being a celebrity is adios reality, because you live in this whole made up world and all this stupid shit. And hey, man, it's a different world.
What a time to be alive.
Right?
What a time to be alive, man. Right. All you got to do is just go out there and show a little bit of Sacagawea or ball sacks here.
But seriously, I mean, think about it. Think about it, dude. I've always been, for so many years, I've been like a terrestrial radio fan, and I still am. I love terrestrial radio. But man, we can jump online and we can blow radio stations off the map doing these kind of shows.
We have a signal that you can listen to. We don't have to go with, stupid commercials or anything, or talk about ED. We don't have to talk about strip clubs, or we can talk about the good parts.
We can talk about that. We can talk about ED and strip clubs, but we can talk about our own personal experiences, and that's the beauty of it, because it's unfiltered. It's unfiltered, and that's the thing. You can just sit back and relax and enjoy this stuff anytime. Speaking of sitting back, Wags. Speaking of sitting back, I sent you a picture yesterday of my horrible looking ghetto leather chair, and you sent me a picture of yours that just blows mine out of the water. but Blue Heron Furniture, great Blue Heron Furniture, a custom leather furniture company started back in 1991, focusing on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. I'll tell you why my chair fell apart, because I'd go out and I'd work out and I'd come back on sit on this generic ass leather chair, and my sweaty legs just made all this stuff fall off because it's not real. It's not real. But genuine Blue Heron is genuine. It's the highest quality furniture you can find, and you will not and cannot find a more comfortable or a more well-built furniture anywhere. You're not going to find it. There's a link in the YouTube video description below that takes you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Yeah, that's right. Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. It's right there. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, easy to remember, HOOK'em, use the promo code HOOK'em, you get $15 off of your purchase if you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades. I've had this chair for 2 years, and it's ready to go to the scrap pile, guys. I can take it to Covert, and they can't even fix it. It's that bad off. Look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link for more info or call them at 866-247-9588. Blue Heron, Great Blue Heron Furniture. Good
Love
stuff.
it. And of course, tonight I will be watching all of baseball and doing so with AV consultation setup that they provided for me. 512-255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com to see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years since setting the standard in audiovisual automation since 1988. You got to see your Rangers tonight. You got to see your Astros tonight. And I got to see my Birds. I'm going to be doing that with audiovisual consultations, the setup that they provided with me so that I can see all the games that I need right now. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. They will hook you up. All right, let's bring on Hardball Hardge. It is time for Hanging with Hardge. Our guy, do we have a piano today, Rodney? Let's see if we have
What's today? Tuesday? No,
No
it's
piano.
on Wednesday.
Damn it.
Wednesday's a piano day.
Wednesday is
I don't know what
definitely
he
a
got today.
piano day.
He's in the
hump
museum
day is the
today or
piano
something.
day. All right. Well, I'll put it in my notes here from when we're taking tallies and making lines here. Mike Hardge only comes on with the piano on Wednesdays for the hump day. What's going on, brother? You looking dapper as usual, dude. What you got going on?
You and Wags, you and I look like we just walked off the street. Look at this guy.
Well, we did.
Come on, man.
You got to pay premium stuff for premium
Hey,
content
you
like
want
ours,
to
man.
be
That's what you
premium,
get.
baby. You got to be premium, right? That's how it is.
All right, we got to get
Thank
out of
you,
here,
guys.
man. Nothing but love for everybody else. We appreciate everybody following us on Chaos Theory and on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe button as well. And we'll
Smash
see you
it.
tomorrow, guys.
I know.
Appreciate you guys. There they go. Great folks with Chaos Theory. It's your boy Hardball Hardge. That's right. You can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Hardge. You can follow me on Instagram at Hardball Hardge. And of course, you can follow the great folks right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Go to at TS Unfiltered on Twitter and at Texas Sports Unfiltered on Instagram. And by the way, we're also on Facebook. So if you got the time to come and kick it with us, come and spend some time and let's say what's up. A special shout out to CB Slurricane. What's up? And of course, I want to say what's up to my man Ike. Ike is in the studio early today because his Astros won last night. So he's feeling really good. And you know why they won, Ike? Because they were on the road. They got to play at home. It's going to be a battle. On the road, no worries about it. I will definitely get into the MLB. I'm also going to preview a little bit of this Texas versus Kansas game this Saturday, 2:30. There's a rumor. It's not confirmed yet, but there's a rumor that I'm going to have somebody on the show tomorrow that will talk about some of the linebacker play at the University of Texas. And there's also the rumor that your boy Hardball Hardge might be in the house this Saturday as the Texas Longhorns host the Kansas Jayhawks. Both teams are 4-0. We'll get into it. And there's some similarities that I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to, not necessarily on the field, but more on the sidelines. I'm going to break that down for you as well. We're going to talk about some of the things in the NFL, what we've seen and what's important right now. Can we make a snap judgment? I don't think we can, but there's a lot of people that are out there right now that are giving you the vibe on how good they can possibly be. And I'm telling you, folks, when you can find a way to win ugly and you can continue to win, that's what it's all about. Because the key word there is win. I once played for a manager named Felipe Alou. You probably known him. Montreal Expo, played in the big leagues for a long time, father of Moises. And one of the things he always used to tell me in the office, in meetings was, Mike, everybody say, Felipe, you hit so ugly. And he goes, the key word is hit. A hit. And that's some of the things that you want to make sure that you're paying attention to. Do yourself a favor, like and subscribe to this page. Also, if you got some questions you want to get with me and talk a little bit about, or some things that you want to bring up, hit us up on the text line 512-222-9328. And I'll get into our sponsors in just a minute. But I do want to give a special shout out. Way to go, CB, for bringing it up to me, because I was already planning on doing it. Special shout out to my former co-host, the man Rob Babers. Rob Beasy, as I like to call him, has just given birth to his first child. Well, he didn't, his wife did. But a special shout out to Rob Babers and his wife, Mel. Congratulations. They had a beautiful baby girl. He hadn't told me all the details, but I did hear 6 pounds, 8 ounces. And I am so happy for them. And if it happened yesterday, it just so happened to be National Daughters Day. So what a perfect time for my man, Rob B, to have his baby. And I hope mom and daughter are doing well also. Big game this weekend. Sark had his press conference yesterday addressing the Kansas Jayhawks, his thoughts, what was going on, how things were happening, what he learned about his team this past week, the focus, the drive that they've been doing. I gave you the information that Jalen Ford was recognized as the Reese's Senior Bowl Player of the Week with his performance. My man just always seems to be around the football making plays. But obviously there's some things that need to be cleaned up. It's important for them to figure out what's happening on special teams, whether it's returning punts, returning kickoffs, catching the ball, most importantly. But I'm not worried about it. Sark didn't seem to be too worried about it, because these are things that happened out of the norm. These are some special football players that have done some special things this year, so they will be just fine. So I'm not too concerned about what I've seen with them. But it is interesting that Kansas football team ranks in the top 100 in every single category. I don't think we've ever heard that unless we were talking about the Kansas basketball team. Texas ranks outside of the top 100 in 2 categories. One of them is kickoff returns. Well, some of that is because they don't get a lot of opportunities to return kickoffs. Number one, they're either kicking it out of the end zone. But number 2, Texas hasn't given up 50 points the entire season yet. So those are some of the things you got to look at too. Kansas has given up some points. So therefore, that might play a little bit part of it. And Texas is 103rd in time of possession. If you've been listening to me for quite some time, and I appreciate all of you that are continued listeners, and I appreciate some of you who are new listeners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to entertain you every single day. But when I sit here and I look at this Texas football team and the things that happen that don't seem to be on the surface all the time, it's really, really interesting, because this Texas football team on the time of possession, you will say, oh my God, they're not controlling the ball. Well, if you remember, Texas is putting up quite a few points per game each week. So some of that's from the defense, so they're not having to be out there as long. But in scoring points, Texas ranks 37th in the nation, while Kansas ranks 26th. So there's the differential, right? Kansas controls the ball, time of possession. Texas controls it 27 minutes and 57 seconds of the game. Kansas controls it 33 minutes of the game. So there's not that much in the separation. So sometimes that's why I always tell you, sometimes numbers can be skewed. And that's why I've always thought about that. You have to do different things, and you can change the numbers to be a certain way. But as that happens, you're also looking at, okay, what can Texas do differently? I don't think there's much that Texas needs to do. They've been running the ball. I've said that. They need to run the ball to be effective. They've been doing that. Jonathan Brooks seems to get better and better. And if you were fortunate enough to be listening or watching the show with BK and Bucky, you would hear that Ricky Williams was on the show with them, and they liked the way Jonathan Brooks has run the ball. You would even hear it in Coach Sark's presser yesterday about how he's excited about what he's seeing. Yes, he really wants CJ Baxter back. Yes, we understand it. You want to have that dual threat, slash and pound and dash and go and all this other stuff. But when you watch Jonathan Brooks, he's the type of runner that I've observed that as the game goes on, that young man gets stronger. As the game continues to go, he gets better. What up, my man Sal? Always good checking in with me, man. I appreciate you. But every time you sit and you look at this team, you're like, man, this team doesn't truly have any weaknesses. They may not play at the level that we want them to. They may come out and start a little slow, and by the end of the week, I'll have some numbers for you about how Texas plays early composed to late, road versus home. They're almost like the Astros when it comes to being at home and being away. Sorry, Ike, I just had to do that. I had to do that. But you sit there and you look at this team and you say, where are the weaknesses when it comes to the University of Texas? They don't have very many. They're on each level. You look at the defensive line playing at a very, very high level. They've been doing that for the last couple of years. And again, I think it goes back to continuity of the coaching staff, the messaging, and guys just reacting, not having to think. They see it, they know it, they go, they study it. So that is something that I want to continue to look at and monitor. So then you go to the linebacker position. We're starting to see different players make plays from that linebacker position. We talk about Jalen Ford, and yesterday I told you, don't take him for granted. Do not take Jalen Ford for granted. Appreciate everything that you see, because this was a 3-star guy that got developed and made things happen. Don't ever take that for granted. And he continues to grow each step of the way. Then you got Jet Bush. I know. It's kind of crazy. Jet Bush has been out there doing his thing, made the first play, big play of the game against Baylor, and he was coming from the outside, so he's making plays. And you got the young fella, Anthony Hill. He's continuing to get better and better and better. He's one of those young players that you just put him on there and you let him go, and then that's what happened. He makes plays. So excited for that young man. Can't wait to watch his development, and I think his trajectory is going to be through the roof. But then you got a guy like David Bender. David Bender is my unsung hero. I told you that. I'm going to continue to rally for that young man, because this is a guy that has worked and worked and worked. He kept his head down, kept working. Different sides of the ball, came in, he started believing in it. And when you see success as a player, your confidence starts to grow. And as Deion Sanders, I know everybody wants Texas shot, and Deion got beat up last weekend, and that's okay. It's part of the game. It's going to happen when he gets these types of players. I guarantee you it's going to be a little bit different. But what he always says is, don't let my confidence mess up your insecurities. Don't let my confidence affect your insecurities. That's fair. David Bender is now confident, and he's not insecure. He's out there working and staying on that grind, and I cannot wait. I repeat, I cannot wait to see this young man continue to grow and see what can happen for him. Now, then you go to the secondary part. Secondary continues to get better and better. And if you go back and you look at the film and you watch the games, as most of you do, obviously, that's why you're here. You want to know a little bit more. But while you're watching these games, look at how many people in the secondary are getting an opportunity to participate. That is the crazy part of what I'm seeing, because we talk about the limited amount of reps for the offensive side of the ball. But on the defensive side of the ball, this has been astounding. You got a lot of young players that are getting an opportunity to showcase their talents. And this goes back to the recruitment and how you go out and you find guys that are like-minded that you can put out there to make plays that aren't afraid of the big moment. And Texas has had a lot of those guys. Look at last game where Malik Muhammad was on the field. A lot. Maurice Blackwell is back, not in the secondary, but at the linebacker position. Another name that is going to continue to pop up. Before he got injured, he was a guy that all the coaches were talking about. They were talking about his growth, his maturation, and his understanding. But most importantly, they were talking about his athleticism. And now you start looking in the secondary, another group of guys. And by the way, before I go back to the secondary, Maurice Blackwell was another one of those guys that he was so talented that they were trying to find a place to put him on the field because he can play anywhere. And I want to give a little bit of credit to Dan Quinn, because Dan Quinn's positionless football, where he's bringing down safeties and putting them as linebackers and having them run side to side, is playing a real part to what PK is starting to do with a lot of these players. And that is why you're seeing so much youth on the field. Now, back to the secondary. You look at it, your normal secondary, you got Ryan Watts, who we got to work on. One of my favorite players, by the way, but we got to work on that deep ball and making sure that he has the right coverage over top and not getting caught looking in the backfield, as I said yesterday about how the teams were attacking him. So you got to kind of look at that. Then you start looking at Jalen Catalon coming downhill. He's missed some tackles here and there, but he's coming downhill, providing leadership and also delivering some big hits. But then you got Jaron Thompson, big pick, making big plays from sideline to sideline. And when you need a play to be made, yes, he's another one. Got to kind of watch over the top, keep him in place. But as you look at another one, he's out there doing the doggone thing. So I'm very proud of his growth as well. Then you go on to the other side, and you got Jahdae Barron, who is a playmaker. And the team is better when Jade's on the field, period. He is always a guy that you can turn to and say, Jahdae, I need a big play. And he's already dissected the play, breaks it down, goes out there, pops the dude in the mouth, does a great, great job. So Jahdae is doing his thing. And then you got Terrence Brooks, who's getting an opportunity to play, and he's getting an opportunity to play early in games. And he's a guy that my man that I was just mentioning, Rob Babers, was very, very high on from the very beginning. And got a chance to spend some time with him, see his technique, young player, Lil M, him and Ryan Watts from the same high school, getting those opportunities. And that's all they're doing is making plays. So when you're watching this team, you're watching the evolution and the foundation of what Coach Sark was trying to build from the very jump. 3 years ago, and we'll reflect just a smidget of that loss to Kansas, since this is Kansas week, and Kansas has beaten Texas twice in this time frame, once with Sark and once with Charlie. And it was nerve-wracking with Tom Herman as well. So you start looking at all of these situations, and you're like, what in the world is truly going on? And as I sit here today, and I'm a little nervous about the point spread. There's a lot of money that's been out there, a lot of money that's been pushed the other direction with Kansas. And last week I told you there was nothing that I saw on film that made me worry about Baylor. There's nothing on that film last week that made me think about Baylor. And if we look at last year's game, Texas won the game 55-14. But what did Texas do to have that happen? Did y'all realize that Texas ran the ball for 427 yards in that game? 427 yards on the ground, 57 rushes. Texas only threw for 112 yards in that game. Is that going to be the recipe for this week? I don't think so. But I still believe that Texas needs to run the ball. I still believe that Texas needs to establish both lines of scrimmage and oppose their will on this team. But you don't think that they thought about that after that game? You don't think that Coach Leipold has got that game on a loop and letting him and driving home the fact? Now, you do have to consider who the running back was. Bijan went 25 for 243. Jonathan Brooks had a big game as well. He went for 108 yards. Roshan did his thing. But you still have to understand that you are not, as a defense, going to let that happen again. So I expect Texas to try to run the ball. I would still, to set up the play action like they did. I still believe that the way for Texas to find rhythms is quick game. You got to get some of these guys in the game involved early, and that's very important. But most importantly, you got to let them know how serious you are about this. You're playing in front of your home crowd. It's a 2:30 start. Weather's supposed to be good. But this is going to be a challenge for this Texas football team. And to me personally, I believe that this is the start. You know, I think how you go out and perform in this game is the start to let you know where Texas is for the rest of the season. What is the mindset for the Texas Longhorns the rest of the season? That's my thoughts about that. I'm going to continue the conversation in just a minute. But right now, I want to talk to you about the great folks over at Covert BK. That's right, folks. Covert BKs is nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful Texas Hill Country. Covert BK has 3 new state-of-the-art dealerships that are carrying seven different brands. They got Buick, they got GMC, they got Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And in addition to those 7 brands, they also have Covert Ford in Hutto, and they also have Ford Lincoln in Austin. Covert BKs have something for everyone. They service all makes and models, and with 86 service bays, you're going to get in and out. Your wait time will be minimal. So please visit covertbk.com for the latest in the specials that they have out there. They have all kinds of inventory, or just stop by and come and see them today. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Go to covertbk.com. I want to continue the conversation about the Texas Longhorns and what's going on with them and the thought process. But I want to take you behind the blue curtain, the Jayhawk, baby. I know they call it a chicken hawk, but I'm talking about the Jayhawks. And the Kansas Jayhawks and their coach, Lance Leipold, has done something at Kansas that hadn't been done before. And that's I'll take that back. It has been done before when Mangino was there. It was going in the right direction before when my man Beatty was there, and then everything got sideways. But one thing that they have done is that I believe that they have found their coach. They tried to extend him. They're making upgrades to the stadium. And the reason why they are doing that is because Lance Leipold is a winner. He is a winner. He is a winner. He is a winner. He, too, played quarterback like Steve Sarkisian. He is a champion, a national champion as a player and as a coach. He's been around. He's done it at the Division III level at Whitewater. At his 8 years at Whitewater, he was 109-6. He's a winner. And then he got a job at Buffalo. He was 37-33. And if you remember anything about Buffalo, they were a terrible, terrible team when he got there. I believe the coach before him, if I'm not mistaken, was Turner Gill. And Turner Gill, we all know him. You loved him at Nebraska when he was a football player, but he didn't do as well at the coaching staff. So shout out to Lance Leipold and what he was able to do at Buffalo. He took them to bowl games. They went to the Dollar General Bowl in 2018. It was the first 10-win season in the school's history. He took them to the Bahama Bowl in 2019, where they were 8-5, and it was the first bowl win in school history. COVID year, they were 6-1. They went to the Camilla Bowl. It was the first bowl season ranking. They ranked 25. He took them to number 25. And then he went to Kansas. And his record at Kansas is 12-17. And remember, at Kansas, when he got there, it was bad. Everything was bad. There was a fight with the administration and the former coach. Players were leaving. And like Sark, he had to come in, not saying what Tom Herman did was bad, because Tom did get some recruits, but he didn't get the recruits on the level at which he's getting them right now. But when you watch this and watch what he's been able to do, the first year they went 2-10. His second year, last year, this was the team that went 6-7, and he went to the Liberty Bowl, and it was the first bowl game since 2008, and they were ranked, first time they were ranked in the AP poll since 2009. And now he's got this team 4-0. He's 4-0 for the second straight year, and the first time in KU's history since 1913 through 1915. He's got a playmaker at quarterback. He's got a good running game, and he's got this team playing and believing in themselves, because it's been a long time as a Kansas football fan that you can talk about it since Todd Reesing, when Mangino was there, that you guys were able to really feel confident about your football team. I get it. We've all been around there where it's like, I don't know. And now you're traveling and facing a team that everybody has ranked so high, like in the Texas Longhorns, that have a lot of momentum right now, where they're ranked number 3 in the AP poll and number 5 in the coaches poll, where Kansas is ranked 24 in all polls. So you got a ranked matchup. It's going to be on the big stage on ABC, national television. Everybody's going to be watching. And you remember that the team that you're about to take the field with ran for 427 yards against you. Now you go to 21, you get the big win, walk-off win, and you get a chance to get all these Applebee's, and you got everybody believing in Rock Chalk J-Hop. That's a different type of flow, right? That's a totally different type of flow. So, as a Texas football fan, I know you're confident, but don't be overconfident. Don't look at the point spread and let what you saw last week in Baylor, which we saw nothing on the Baylor Bears. And I can say that wholeheartedly and with respect. I told you guys by the end of the week, I shortchanged us by only saying 20. We beat them by 32. But I did feel like Texas was going to be the more dominant team. I still believe Texas has the most elite players on the field. I just gave you some of the numbers and the high level in which all these guys are playing at. But when you play at home, nationally televised, against a team that you pretty much just went to, it was senior day for them, and you went over there and embarrassed them. You think that's not playing in their mind? You think that's not at top of mind for those guys and what they can accomplish if they come in here? Again, Lance Leipold is a great play designer. He's an offensive-minded coach. He's going to try to find the weaknesses on the Texas Longhorn. I just gave you the roster. I don't see a lot of weaknesses on there, but if you get pushed in the wrong place, you get out of place, and you don't stay within your responsibilities, it can kind of get there. Now, here's the other part of this, and I'll have more later in the week, but here's the other part of this. Texas has not played a true quarterback at the skill level that Jalen Daniels is at right now. Jalen Daniels is the preseason All Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. Last year, through his time as the starting quarterback before he got injured, he was on pace to be in the Heisman race. He was that talented. He was putting up those types of numbers. So understand the type of quarterback that you are about to see here is not the same quarterback that you've seen the last couple of weeks in a Sawyer Robertson, in a quarterback, Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe was probably the closest thing to him, but Jalen Milroe didn't – Tommy Rees did not help Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe does a better job when he's running around, scrambling, getting through there, design runs, powerful runner, quick runner. They didn't help him out. So don't look at what we did against Jalen Milroe and hit me up and say, Hardge, we can change. We did this to Jalen Milroe. No, the offensive coordinator did that. Our defense did well, but Jalen Milroe did not get any help from his OC. Lance Leipold, offensive-minded guy, knows what it takes, and is going to be able to scheme it up a little bit differently. And Jalen Daniels is a guy that has the ability to make plays and get into the open field. So discipline is going to have to be at the forefront for this Texas Longhorns team. But I also want you to understand this. This is going to be the biggest challenge for you. JT Daniels, drop back quarterback, stationary. Sawyer Robertson ended up having to move around, but that's not his game. Texas got to him. The quarterback for Wyoming, I can't even say his name. He looked like Josh Allen back there. I needed him to play like Josh Allen, throwing picks. Texas went out, ended up winning the game, doing amazing things. This one is a different type of beast. This one, Texas has a lot of speed on that defense. Keaton Crawford's going to be playing some safety as well. He was another guy that I wanted to mention in that secondary. But this Texas team is playing at a very, very, very high level defensively. And if they can have their gap integrities and stay disciplined and not get out of their lanes, it'll be tough for this young man to move around. I'm not saying that Texas is not going to be able to get to him. That's not what I'm going to say. That's not what I've been trying to say. But what I am going to say is this guy is a little bit different than what we've seen. He and Dylan Gabriel bring something totally different to this table. And I don't know if y'all know this already. I'm sure I've told you. I'm a big Dylan Gabriel fan strictly because I saw the kid at UCF. He's talented. Now, when he's not on the field, Oklahoma's not very good. When Jalen Daniels wasn't on the field, they did okay because the backup quarterback, Jason Bean, had a lot of time and he needed to play. So there's another opportunity. And remember last year's game, Jalen had just come back from his injury and he ended up going, 17 of 26, threw an interception, but he did throw the ball for 230 yards. Texas just made play after play, and they controlled the clock in that game. They ran the ball well. Texas controlled it 31 minutes to 28. So there's some things that are involved in here that are going to come into play. But let's just not look at this game and say, oh, it's KU. This isn't the old KU. I promise you that. If you're going to be able to watch this game, you might want to get with the folks at AV Consultations. That's right. I know the game is at home. You may be living somewhere else. My man Tom McKay and his crew can definitely take care of you. Audiovisual Consultations is where you need to go to get your home set up. Whether you want to hook up the man cave, she cave, or the home theater, or even have an outdoor patio set up, whatever you need, AV Consultations has you covered. Give them a call at 512-255-8678 or check them out online at avconsultations.com. Tom and his crew will make it all easy for you. Don't go to the big box stores trying to figure out, hey, can I buy this TV? You think you got a good price at it? Tom will beat it. And you don't want to set it up yourself. You want somebody to come out and set it up for you. So let Tom and his crew do that for you. That's avconsultations.com or 512-255-8678. I'll get back into Lance Leipold and who he is and what we can expect for them. But I want to talk a little bit about what we saw last night. Nah, you know what? I'm not going to talk about the NFL just yet. I'm going to talk about the MLB. That's right. My man Icky Ike sitting there thinking about it. Been waiting on this. The MLB season is still heating up as the Astros and Rangers both win last night. Both scores were 5-1. The Rangers beat up on the Angels, who shut down Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani. That's pretty much, they've been out of it for a long time. Saw an interview after the game talking to Mike Trout. He was all choked up, didn't know what he was going to do, what his thoughts were going to be. Is he going to be back with the team? Is he going to be healthy? He said he's just going to go through his offseason workouts like he normally does, and hopefully he can get himself back out there. They just don't have it. I just don't understand what happens to all the players that go out to Anaheim and go to Los Angeles, and then they just are not to be heard from anymore. They don't make the playoffs. They're not contending for titles. It's just something that is really, really sad when you look at two of the most talented players never get to showcase their talent on the highest stage. And the one time they did, they were swept. So I don't know. I just don't know what's happening there. But the Angels go out there and they win. They went back to back to back in the 6th inning with Adolis Garcia hitting his 37th home run. Mitch Garver, who every time I see Mitch on TV or get a chance to watch him play, he does something positive. I mean, he comes up with a big hit, whether he's staying inside out, going the opposite way, getting a base hit, driving in runs, or he always comes up and hits a big home run in a big situation. That's his 19th. And Nathaniel Lowe has continued to be a solid first baseman. He hit his 17th. So they went back to back to back. Marcus Semien is hit his 28th. So he's 2 home runs away from hitting his 30th and having that middle infield in the 30-30 club. Not 30-30, but both of them hitting 30. And then they did have to pull John Gray, who had a very impressive outing. But after 6th inning, because of an injury, he went back out there and threw, but his arm wasn't good after that. So as every week, you end up seeing that somebody on the Rangers pitching staff ends up getting hurt. The Astros, as I said, they won on the road against the Seattle Mariners 5-1. This also continues to separate them from the Mariners. Every game that they get a chance to win, don't forget the Rangers are going to get a chance to finish out the season against them coming up this weekend. But right now, the Astros are playing them, so they're getting that separation where they now are in the wild card hunt. Justin Verlander came out in his vintage self, advancing his record to 12-8 on the season. He went 8 innings, allowing 1 run, 3 hits, and 8 Ks. His ERA is the 3.32. They needed that. The Astros needed a Verlander start like that, and that's exactly what they got. Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker hit some prodigious home runs. I'm talking about them big boy home runs, and both of those guys are big boys. Yordan Alvarez hit his 30th for the season, joining only Jeff Bagwell as the only players to have consecutive seasons with 30 home runs. But guess what? Not so fast, my friend. They have another player that's about to step into the limelight. My man Kyle Tucker hit his 29th last night, which means that he is 1 home run away from joining Yordan Alvarez and Jeff Bagwell, becoming the 3rd player to hit consecutive seasons with 30 or more home runs. Texas leads the West by 2.5 games over the Astros and by 4 games over the Mariners. So shout out to the Houston Astros. Shout out to the Texas Rangers. I want to talk about the NL as well, but I want to tell you something about last night and the guy that is going to be pitching today for the Mariners. So I don't know if a lot of people saw this or believe that this could actually be true. As a former athlete, you're about competition. And as an old school guy who got a chance to be around some big time players in Major League Baseball, there wasn't pitch counts. There wasn't monitoring you to get you out at a certain time. And it's kind of funny now that we're in a different day and age. And I don't want to sound like get off my lawn guy. I don't want to sound like a guy that doesn't have respect for the new way of doing things. The analytics say that your arm can only throw this many. Well, sometimes your mentality and your heart has to play a part in this. And tonight, the Houston Astros will be pitching Christian Javier. And I know the Astro fans are excited about him. But the Astros, which is why I want the Astros to go out here and beat the snot out of this guy. Wayne Kirby will be the starting will be the starting pitcher tonight for the Seattle Mariners. But I want you to hear him after one of his starts this year and find out if I'm losing my mind for no reason for even thinking this. And I want you to pay attention to the commentators of yesteryear talking about some of the players that are in the game.
I wish I wasn't out there for the 7th, to be honest. So I was at 90 pitches, and I didn't think I needed to go anymore.
John's playing a little bit hurt. Rib cage. He says he has a punctured lung. cracked rib. That's more than a little bit hurt. Bad knee.
Think about that. My man had a punctured lung, a cracked rib, a busted knee, and was probably out all night drinking to ease his way through his pain. But yet and still, my man said, I don't know if I want to be in the game anymore because I didn't feel like I needed to go past 90 pitches. What? Your team is in a pennant race. You think Greg Maddux, Roger Clemens, Randy Johnson, Nolan Ryan, if y'all's got a chance to see Facing Nolan, y'all, I would recommend you see that show. Go check out Facing Nolan. Nolan at one time was struggling so bad and was hurt. And the pitching coach came out to try to talk him out of coming out of the game. He said, get your ass back in the dugout. I got a lot more than what you got to bring out here after me. Where are those guys at? Where's that guy for Seattle that's trying to get into a pennant chase? I hope that he gets smacked around tonight. He better not throw no no-hitter tonight, Ike. I'm going to tell you that much. Don't be having that guy throw no no-hitter against your squad. Let me tell you about the great folks over at Great Blue Heron Furniture. It's a custom leather furniture company that's been here since 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. And let me tell you how beautiful this stuff is. It is almost also the highest quality furniture you can find. You will not find more stylish and more comfortable and more well-made furniture anywhere that's out there. There's a link on the YouTube page that you can check out at Tech, and they also have a Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off your purchase. If you are looking for furniture that looks amazing and built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. You can click the link or call today at 866-247-9688 and tell them the folks over at Texas Sports Unfiltered are there for you. And make sure you use the promo code HOOK'em to get 15% off. That is HOOK'em to get 15% off. Yeah, Tanisha, I saw the games last night, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the power rankings and how you start looking at some of these teams in the NFL. And every time I looked at that game last night, I was kind of getting frustrated because I'm talking about the Eagles game, by the way, folks. The Eagles went on to win last night in a big game that we all knew that they were probably going to win, but you just didn't know for sure. But the Eagles, they don't look like that high-powered offense, and I said that they would. But what did I say earlier about the University of Texas and what was important for them to establish? The run. And last night, that's what the Philadelphia Eagles were able to do. They went and got Mr. DeAndre Swift, who is out there just balling like he ain't got nothing else to do. He continues to run the football well. He is one of the guys that when you start looking at fantasy, and I know I'm bringing a little bit of fantasy into this conversation as well, they ran the ball so effectively that there was nothing that they could do, Tampa could do. And you know Tampa's a good defense for the most part. Todd Bowles is a defensive-minded guy. But right now, that Philadelphia football team, Jalen Hurts doesn't look like himself, but they control the line of scrimmage. They were just punching people. They were attacking on all levels. Jalen Hurts he's not as sharp as he was last year. Remember I told you his offensive coordinator is gone. The defensive coordinator is gone. But one thing that as a defensive coordinator for me, if you got the big people up front to be able to knock people around, that's impressive. And what they've been able to do, they pretty much brought all of Georgia's defensive linemen to Philadelphia, and they are doing exactly what they did at Georgia. They're rotating guys in. They're playing aggressive on all levels. Baker Mayfield, who last week I told you, which teams are really good 2-0 teams and which teams they're smoke and mirrors right now. And I'm not just gonna put it all on them and say that they were all smoke and mirrors, because there were some drop passes along the way. There were some plays that could have been made by Tampa that weren't. Mike Evans dropped a touchdown pass. He ended up getting one, but he dropped one. They ended up having to kick a field goal. There's a lot that went into that game, but that was because Baker was under constant duress the entire time. That Philadelphia defensive line is not to be messed with. And if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan and you saw what happened to you this last week, and we could call it humble pie, we can call it all these other things, and they had to make some adjustments along the way. I'm fine with that, and I get that. But if you're watching that and you think you can take those guys that were there this week because you're ending up having to deal with injuries, that's why Dallas Cowboys. And again, that's what I'm basing this off of. I can look at everybody else across the league, and I'll give you my entire power rankings, top 10 tomorrow, and kind of give you the state of the NFL the way I see it, because they've only played 3 games. They're not even a quarter way through the season yet. But I sit here and I watch Jalen Carter. First and foremost, I have a question about how did Jalen Carter fall all the way to the Philadelphia Eagles? That is mind-boggling to me. And it's frustrating as a Cowboys fan. But it also goes back to, you're always trying to judge people for character, right? I want character guys. I want character guys. I do too. But you also got to have a couple knuckleheads in your locker room that are going to be disruptive. And think about this. You let him go to a team where a bunch of Georgia guys who have played with him before know how to talk to him, know how to get him back in line. And you let him go to one of the most talented defenses that are out there. So I'm questioning a lot of you draft people on this day. Then you look at what I said about Swift. He came over from the Detroit Lions, who went and got Jamar Gibbs, and now you got him in the backfield. I do believe he's an upgrade. He has done some unbelievable things, and fantasy owners are really excited about what they've seen from him in the first couple weeks. But their offense, they got some playmakers. It looked like Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown are friends again, or tight again from their conversations on the sideline a couple weeks ago, where they were seen arguing with each other. Well, it looks like they figured that out, because Jalen Hurts, whenever he was in trouble, he found A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown had a game for a night last night. So that was really, really cool. But as a Cowboys fan, you definitely need to be worried. You definitely need to be worried. I don't think their offense is going to scare you, but I don't think your offense is going to scare them either right now. So I think their line of scrimmage and their ability to run the ball will trump anything that you have on the Dallas Cowboys at this particular time. Cowboys is still my squad. I'm still going to roll with them. It's ride or die. And I tried to get a side Dallas Cowboy team a couple years ago. And it was actually, it was 2 years ago, and I was rolling with the Chargers. But now Kellen Moore is over there, and I don't even want to look at them right now. I don't, because they're scoring in the red zone. We're not. Dang it. But then you also got to look at the game that you saw last night when you looked at the Cincinnati Bengals going out to beat the Rams. And the funny thing about that is the Rams team was talking a lot of trash before. Not like Deion Sanders in Colorado trash. No. And yes, they will get Deion a raise. But they were talking like they knew that they were going to be able to do some things. He was slighted because they weren't being talked about as a team in the West that could compete with the 49ers. Last night, the Cincinnati Bengals defensive line made Matthew Stafford's life a living hell. I was watching that game, and I could not believe what I was seeing from Matthew Stafford. Every time he dropped back, he was under duress. They were in his face. He was off target. He couldn't get the ball to the right players. Atwell did well. The running back, Williams, he looked okay. My guy, Pachuca, I was trying to get him some points last night. They were out there scuffling. They played the Bengals defense came to play. And the fact that Joe Burrow was saying that he wasn't worried about the injury, 0-3 was more important than him being injured, it shows you the moxie that he has, the mindset, the mental toughness, the pain threshold that he's able to hold. But what I saw throughout this week and this weekend, Cowboys got a lot of work to do. And yes, question is a great question. I do believe that the Eagles O-line is better than the Dallas Cowboys O-line, 100%. And you are right, Darwin. They play bully ball. And that's how you get to that. That's how you get to that level. That's how you put that type of pressure on them. And that is how you take that next step. And the Cowboys definitely need to be that type of team. They need to get back to the drawing board. They need to go back and look at everything and see exactly what needs to happen. They need to see exactly how this is going to make a big difference in the success and the failures. And they need to look at what San Fran is doing as well. San Fran is another team in the NFC that is looks like they are getting better and better each week. Brock Purdy is staying upright. He's hitting the open guys. They're throwing the ball quick and getting it out of his hands. And they've got some playmakers on their team. So when you're looking at the NFC and you're watching how it all breaks down, you still are looking at Cowboys, 49ers, and Philadelphia Eagles. Those are the teams that are the ones that everybody's going to talk about. Those are the ones that everybody are looking at. And those are the ones in the NFC that you're trying to, if you're watching your team play, but you want to compare them to somebody else, those are the teams that you need to compare them to. Those are the teams that you compare them to, because those are the teams you're going to end up playing in the playoffs. That's how that needs to happen, and that's how it needs to be getting done. You know what else needs to happen? You need to contact my friends over at Pest Wranglers. Go to pestwranglers.com where you can get all your pest control needs. The company was started by the owner who was tired of companies that didn't know how to treat their employees or their customers right. And you know, if I'm working with them, this is probably the place for you. Pest Wranglers is locally owned family business that's been around since 2006. And their basic principle goes back to what I just said. You have to have great customer service, and that leads to happy customers. Now, Pest Wranglers services most of the Central Texas area. And if you're in need of help with mosquitoes, termites, rodents, or you need inspections on your residential or commercial properties, please give Pest Wranglers a call at 512-670-7808 or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. The beautiful part about Pest Wranglers is they will not make you sign a contract. You know why? Because they believe if you're happy, you ain't going nowhere anyway. They got 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and every referral site. Go to pestwranglers.com or give them a call, 512-670-7808. And I also want to give a shout out to my folks over at 4 Roofs, the number 4. That's right. Go to 4 Roofs. We just had some hail come through this Central Texas area, and a lot of people were texting me. They were like, hey, what's your roofing guys company? What's your roofing guy company? It's easy. It's 4roofstx.com. They, too, are a locally owned business that understands your needs in this area. They have been in business for over 15 years, and they've got affordable pricing with a quick response time. They're very thorough and trustworthy as well. I've used them for my home. My neighbors have called me multiple times trying to get them together. That is what they've done. And now they're in my neighborhood looking at homes right now. They're all over Round Rock. So make sure you get with them, because I know them personally, and they will not disappoint you. They also have project managers on every job site, making sure that you, the customer, are getting everything that you were promised. So what are you waiting for? Reach out today and give them a call at 512-520-5884 or go to the number 4roofstx.com. Guys, there's a lot that we're going to end up getting into. I know everybody's talking to me about these Astros, go Stros. Can't wait for baseball season, as I've been talking about it. Pennant chases are the most fun time for me. I'm going to try to get somebody from MLB Network to come on with us within the next week to talk a little bit about these pennant races and how the expectations are, who's lining up properly. We got a big week of college football as well. It's not going to be as exciting as last week, but now that you're in conference play, there's a lot that we're going to have to digest and try to figure out. The Dallas Cowboys playing this weekend. What are they going to do against the Patriots? What do you believe in as Cowboys? Are they going to have everybody healthy? What are the excuses? Narrative is back on Dak on red zone turnovers. 1 red zone turnover, first interception of the year. Now you got an opportunity to play against Bill Belichick, one of the best coaches in the history of the game. And I did an interview last night on Stories Inside the Man Cave with my man, Sean Clinch. It was hilarious. Garrett Gilbert was on there. So when you see the post come out about the podcast Stories Inside the Man Cave with Sean Clinch, Garrett Gilbert told us that Bill Belichick obviously is one of the greatest coaches, but he said he was one of the best people to talk to. I know, it's kind of crazy that he's one of the best people to talk to because he gives us nothing. That's because media. He don't want to talk to the media. But him being in the locker room with him, he said it's the most invaluable thing that he's ever done, and he cherished his time in New England because of the way that organization, obviously Patriots way, that they talk about, the people inside that building and the people in that locker room were amazing to him, and that was one of the best times of his career. He played for a lot of teams. Somebody who played minor league baseball and bounced around for a ton of teams, I understand what it's like and the camaraderie that you can have with teammates. That's the part that I miss the most. Yes, the fans cheering for you and all the stuff that goes with that. But it's impressive to me when you can sit in the locker room, hang out with guys, go to dinner, go to the club, whatever, and get to know them, get to know their families, get to know, when I say families, I'm talking about mom, dad, daughter, cousins, sisters, everybody, brothers. It's just so much fun, and being in those types of environments are priceless. And you miss those times as you get older. Yeah, obviously you love your boys and you want to be around your family as well. But that locker room and that camaraderie that you have, there's nothing else like it. Because when you're playing, you're spending the majority of your life with them. So the guys on your team, you're with them more than you are at home. So it is a brotherhood like no other. And then your coaching staff. And so for him, I'll make sure to retweet it when it comes out, but you definitely need to hear it because he's a pretty funny guy. And I kind of covered him up on the Texas situation when he ended up having to leave the University of Texas. But I do want to say this, and this goes out to my man Ike. Jordan and Tucker, the Lefty Bash brothers, you are 100% correct. But like the Texas Rangers, if you guys can't figure out your bullpen and try to figure out what really matters, dial in. Because like I said yesterday, I want both Texas teams in the playoffs. And I want both Texas teams to play each other to play for the ones to go to the World Series. That's what I want to see. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what I'm built for. That's what excites me about this stuff. I love pennant chasing baseball because every pitch, every situation is important. And speaking of important, don't forget this. The Philadelphia Phillies and the wild card is still there. And the Phillies are in. I'm not worried about them. But Arizona and the Chicago Cubs are tied right now for the second and third spot in the wild card. The Marlins are right behind them at 1 game. I don't know if Cincinnati is going to try to make this run or not. But they start with the White Sox tonight. The Cubs are at Atlanta. And Miami is facing the Mets. The Cubs have won 3 straight. Miami has won 2 straight. The Cubs will have their left-handed Cy Young Award candidate Steele on the mound. He's left-handed. He is 16-5 with a 3 ERA. And he's going to be going against lifetime Longhorn lifetime Longhorn, Bryce Elder, who's 12-4 with a 3.6 ERA. The Cubs got their work cut out for them. And as I said earlier, the Stros will send Christian Javier against Wayne Kirby tonight. So it is going to be a fun night. Yeah, football is not on tonight, but at Major League Baseball, pennant chasing, that's what I will be doing tonight. And I hope that you guys have enjoyed the show. I've had a lot of fun. I am going to tell y'all something about Thursday that I'm going to be watching that y'all are going to laugh at. But I need y'all to be a part of my watch party. That's right. Your boy might have a watch party. And it is going to be fun because Thursday night is Thursday night football. But there's something that has been on my TV for the last month that I've got recording, and I can't wait to watch it. And everybody always talks about trash TV, but I'm hoping that Bucky can make an appearance on that show. That's what I'm telling you. I know he can't. But as always, folks, don't believe everything you see because even salt looks like sugar. And now I'm going to bring in my man, BK. BK, my man, took a day off yesterday. He had load management, but it was mainly for his religion. He had to take a day off. He had to make up for all his sins, and he dressed up for an occasion last night, man. Tell everybody what you dressed up for last night.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's one of the biggest days of the year in the Jewish calendar. It's our Day of Atonement, known as Yom Kippur.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got to fast from eating and from drinking. It's sundown to sundown. So it's about 27 hours or so of no food or no water. A lot of time in temple. I ain't talking about the city. I'm talking about the synagogue. Not sure which one's worse, honestly. And
hey, I'm from the 254. Watch out.
I know, but you're not from Temple, so I feel okay bagging on Temple a little bit. But yeah, hey, afterwards, a tradition unlike any other. I ain't talking about the Masters. I'm talking about breaking the fast at CC's Pizza. So I'm rolling in there at like 8:30 last night in a full-on suit and tie, coming straight from the synagogue, rolling up to eat that 65 feet of endless pizza, pasta, and salad. And oh man, I went to town. Awesome.
How's your stomach feeling today?
Been better. I feel better today than I was yesterday, though, because you hit the last few hours of a long fast like that, and you start to feel it. You start to be a little
because you're
delirious.
already thinking about it. You know that you have an opportunity to go. You're like, okay, I just got a little bit longer, and that's the worst feeling you could have. It's like having to go to the bathroom and you're driving, and I can hold it for the next 20 minutes. I'm almost to the house. But by that 10th minute, you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. So I'll explain more of the story on Trey and BK here in a minute. But quick explanation of what's going on. So we're ending this stream, and we're going to a different stream for the rest of the shows today. So all you have to do in the description of this video, there's a link to the new stream that Trey and I are about to start. Just click that link so you can find where we're going to be. If you're listening on the app, it might be silent for a couple of seconds, but you'll hear us in a little bit. So just wanted to let the people know what's going on. I'll explain to you, Mike, why we're doing this. I'll explain to everybody why we're trying this, but that's what's happening right now. So click that link below to find Trey and I as we get started. And Hardge, great show, my man. I'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, brother. As always, have a great one.
All right, you too.